Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, August the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. There's one yes, Roger. One more yes to let me know. There we go. Thank you, Green. All right, everybody. Let's see what's happening this morning. Well, if you followed the saga of Bed Bath and Beyond, so you know that Ryan, the AMC chairman, dumped all of his shares of BBBY, and that just absolutely cratered the stock. Cratered it. Now, it was already moving down before then, but I guess that news hit after hours. And so the stock went from what, 18 down to 10. Trying to pop a little bit here. And that's probably going to affect most of the meme stocks today. AMC, now I was trying to figure out if this movie theater, I may be wrong. Cineworld. Okay, so Cineworld. So that is not Cinemark. Okay, I wasn't sure because, yeah, the parent of Regal Entertainment is preparing bankruptcy. This is in the UK. And I was trying to figure out if Cineworld was the same as Cinemark. It doesn't appear to be because there's Cinemark. That's in CNK. At any rate, probably putting a damper on AMC and other theater stocks, but especially AMC. The AMC was already dropping. I mean, it's had two bad days in a row, so this is a continuation. This could be an interesting one. SMMT. Excuse me, sir. It's up 34%. It's up 34%. If you look at the news, bunch of insider buying, and I mean big buying. It looks like the CEO bought almost $100 million worth at 97 cents. But others, put in a lot of money also. Now I can't see that headline, but yeah, think about IB. I don't understand why that headline disappeared. But anyway, lots and lots of big insider buying for SMMT. And it is 25 million in the float, so it's not a high float, certainly not low float. I have no idea on the GCT, Raj. No idea. I don't see any. I don't have a meme count today. I'm just looking to see if I see anything. Don't see that it's appearing as one of the memes. AXSM. AXSM. AXSM had good news, FDA approval, but boy, it has really dropped a lot. $8 from the high. AXSM approval, FDA approval for their drug. Foot Locker is an earnings play. Nice move for Foot Locker. Actually, so they released this morning and holding the gains, actually, increasing on those gains right now. That is Foot Locker. Big gap through the 200-day moving average. CGRN, gapping way down on a financing. They're doing a financing at $2.75. Hopefully nobody was in that one yesterday. Blue, my goodness, Blue. Remember Blue got halted a couple of days ago when it resumed. It got all the way up to 8, sold off yesterday, and continues to sell off today. I actually think, yeah, Goldman Sachs maintains a sell, raises their price target from 2 to 3. Nice. Yeah, I guess we have to really define well, Jimsy, don't we, on AMC? I mean, they're still losing money like nothing, but anyway. GNS, genius. GNS, strange looking chart to me right now. GNS, yeah. So I don't know if I don't know what happened here. I don't know if that's true. We had a spike in the pre-market to 37. Somehow I doubt it, but it's still up 28%, decent volume. No news that I can see. Now, crypto's getting hammered, guys. Yeah, BITO. I'm just looking at some of the crypto stocks. So there's an ETF. Wow, look at this. Look at this drop for BITO, crypto ETF. The usual suspects like Mara, MARA, and Riot. Yeah, so all looking like the BITO. Eyes. Couldn't see a reason for this gap down for eyes, EYES. I'm sorry, gap, yeah, gap down. I don't know why this is appearing up here. Yeah, this is a gap down. Yeah, I'm just not sure why this is appearing up here. Where's that daily chart? Where's that daily candle from yesterday? Anyway, EYES down. Can't see any news on it. Tremor, TRMR. I think this is an Israeli stock. Low float. 46 million, so it's not crazy low. And it's up 8%, not a lot of volume. But more importantly, when you look at the daily chart, you can see kind of how it's broken out of this area. For how long? I don't know, but we'll see once this market opens. So there's the three daily candles previous, and it's broken through. So when you look at the next high looking left is 1007. I'm not saying it's getting there. Nobody listening to me should think that when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that that is the next high. So at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance anytime soon. MVST. Oppenheimer has put initiating coverage on them. And why not put an $8 price target on them? So the GCT, yeah, the GCT. Didn't really see this one yesterday. I mean, I did, but I didn't see the massive move at the end. So this was an IPO yesterday. We may have a couple of IPOs today if they release. Lower structure than this one. This one was supposed to come out at around 1250. Lower price structure anyway. But we have a couple that might open today. And here they are. So the PXMD and the STBX. This one could be the interesting one out of Malaysia. 5 million shares, $4 to $5. So this, if this opens today, this could be an interesting one. And then the other one, PXMD, even fewer shares, 1.6 million. And these are the ones that can go absolutely crazy the day of their IPO. Not easy to trade, not, if you're a newbie, I mean, it's kind of fun to watch, but these are the ones that can do some insane price action the first couple of days. MOBQ. Looks like we don't have them as an earnings play today, but it looks like they have released earnings today. MOBQ. We don't have an earnings date for them, so I don't know if that means they released early or surprise earnings release. At any rate, they've gapped up. However, at 2, they did pop over 2 briefly. There's the 200-day moving average, 238. The next high is 247. So, and then there's 172. So, if it can hold 172 and start to move back and get over 2, it's got a shot. I mean, there's the next high looking left, 247. Not saying it's going to get there, but that's a big gap up. And then SVRE. I don't think there's any news on this one. SVRE. Saw this one moving after hours yesterday, actually. Again, I don't see any news. I mean, they had some news yesterday, provides a solution for ready mix industries in Israel, part of the global Cemex group. But yeah, I don't see any specific news on them. Not a lot of volume yet, but the crazy thing is the float. Now, 872,000. I mean, if that's correct, but whatever it is, it's going to be very low. So beware. ESP. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Too simple. Haven't seen this one for a long time. That was very active. I remember these days. TSP. Now we're in for probably the first one in a while. Well, we've had negative opens before, but this is a little more dramatic. We haven't seen one like this for a little bit. APLT, this is, okay, I see what's happening here. Little pop here for APLT. Again, I don't see any new, well, yesterday maintained a buy at Citigroup. Oh, that was on the 17th, actually. And they've cut their price target from 29 to 23 for a $1.80 stock. Anyway, that's Citigroup. All right, it is 9/11, so let me just do a quick look, my email, to see if our briefing.com has given me the upgrades and the downgrades this morning into my email, and the answer is yes. So let's take a look, see what the analysts are talking about today. Not very many of each. A couple of upgrades for Foot Locker. They've had earnings today. Again, not too many upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. And again, if you're wondering what upgrades and downgrades are all about, just analysts' opinions of where they think a stock may be going, that's all. What I really look for is, especially on the downgrade side, if we get one stock that's being downgraded by many, many firms, every now and then you'll see one like that, but not today. You know, this wet G just got absolutely, well, after it hit $50 for no reason, and now it's down to 5, trying to rebound a little bit. Actually has earnings such as they're going to be next week, August 22nd, pre-market. Now, just to let you know, we're coming to the end of the first week of the test drive. There is still time. If you do want to take part in this test drive, you can still do so. You will not get 10 days. If you signed up right now, you get the balance of today plus next week. So you get 6 days approximately, okay? Depending on how soon they can activate your account today. So if you think that you want to take part in this test drive, I'll just show you what it looks like. You click on that test drive link. And so it will cost you $11.11. It is over next Friday. So again, you'll get the balance of today plus 5 days. If you think that's worth, it's about $2 a day. If you think that's worth it, then go for it. It's a good way to try us out. We only do this 4 times a year. You'll have access to our premium service. Once the test drive is over, it's over. In other words, there's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, and we do not put you into a subscription. So again, this is the last day that you can sign up for it. And we've had a big sign up for this one. Okay, so the random cash register, are you just talking every now and then? When I put in an alert, um, post like when I posted the upgrades and downgrades, that's what happens, okay? So don't worry about it. Yeah, that's just me. When I post something in this post alert section, VLCN, yes, VLCN is just ripping here now. Any reason why? Obtains pre-orders that sell out entire 2023 forecast. What? $100 million of potential revenue? Okay, and that's VLCN. This could be the crazy one, guys. I mean, it's already kind of crazy, 47%, but just to wake you up, Ron. Okay, if you're sleeping at the desk, I'd do that. It wakes you up. Wow, this is VLCN. Now, what do we got here? It's about that high now, 264. Let's take a look left. What do we see? I'm going to back this daily chart out a bit more. So so it's approaching that high, 271, which is let's see, that was March of this year. And then after that, we've got maybe some resistance right around that 3 level. So maybe it's a pretty it's an eye-catching press release. There's no question, no question. Eye-catching press release sells out an entire 2023 forecast, $100 million of potential revenue for a company that only has 17 million in the float. This is probably going to win a few races today once we get this racing started. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Let's see what's happening with the major sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Then click on the Show More. And then we are going to get our sectors. And well, every sector should be negative. I haven't checked the price of oil, but let's take a look. All right, so every sector is negative, including the energy sector. Haven't checked the price of oil. Let me just do a quick glance to see what's happening. And yeah, a little soft and not crazy soft. Looks like crude is around $90. Anyway, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, that's the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what that means is 100% of the stocks that make up this sector are down from yesterday's close. Okay, 100%. Now VLCN guys, ridge, and look at every other sector is negative. Okay, there's no, when I say there's nothing more than 50%. So, which was obvious with the SPY being weak to start. So now, if I look at this, I don't know, 45 minutes from now, this could really change when I look at it as the change from the open. For instance, all the energy stocks, they could still be down from yesterday's close, but from the open, from their first trade today, a lot of them could be rallying. We don't know. I mean, I'll check that. And the same, with technology and in the other sectors. Now, if the market remains weak and keeps weakening, it's probably not going to happen. But wow, look at this. Wow, this is just absolutely taking out that level now, guys. VLCN. Let's see if it holds 3. Watching this thing as it tries to hold three. It's holding three pretty well. Best thing that could happen, well, I mean, if you're in it, of course, you want it to keep going up, but is to maybe just have it base just a little bit, pause just a little bit over that three level, and then keep exploding. It may not, though. Now, what did I say the next high was? I think it was, I went wrong here. Yeah, 310, 310, 310, 310. Boy, the next high looks like it's around 442. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, okay? I think somebody misinterpreted when I said when I talk about where I'm looking to see where the next high is. I'm just looking to see where it could stall, just based on where the next high is. That's all it means. I don't mean it's getting there. It may stop right now at 309 and we're right back down to 2. But what we try to do, at least what I try to do, is I try to take out chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock will not keep going up. Many other reasons, of course. I mean, a stock that's done something like this, that's gone from basically $1.80 to 3 in a very short period of time, you've got to expect profit taking. So that's, no people selling. But what I like to do, I just like looking left to see where the next high is. And just to make sure that next high, for instance, if I look left, if this price is right at 305, if I look left and I see a lot of action at 310, like a lot of daily candles sitting right around 310 as a high, I could look at that, go, I would never take the trade at 305. I would try to let it break 310 at least, okay? And then look left and see where the next highs are. So just so you know, I'm not talking, every time I say when you look left and I see that the next high is far enough, is quite a bit away. I'm not saying it's getting there. It's just that it has room to move before it hits that kind of chart resistance. So Mark, I'm actually sharing my layout, okay? So if you want my layout, which includes, now it doesn't include this gap up and down, it just has the pre-market, these ones, the pre-market actives up and down. But if you want my layout, but remember, it's a layout. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, or save it somehow if you have a layout up and running. But if you want my layout that will have this plus this, okay, in back. But again, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Yeah, Cam, I can't remember if you were in the room yesterday, but we've got a couple of potential IPOs today. You probably are aware, but just in case you're not, a couple of them, PXMD. Here's your structure, 1.6 million between 4.5 and 6.5. This is the one that could be more interesting though, just because it's out of Malaysia. So 5 million, 4 to 5. So that is STBX. There are a couple right there. This BIAF. I guess it has not launched yet. Let me get rid of that one. That's okay. I'll leave it. Okay, guys. I mean, the longer this holds over 3, this VLCN. Now, I may change my tactics just a little bit. You've heard me, if you've been in the room long enough, you hear me always say that I rarely trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. And I'm not saying I'm going to change dramatically, but sometimes in these races, if I'm seeing, and that I'm not going to tell anybody to buy anything that I'm looking at, of course. But that's not the nature of this room. I'm not going to say, okay, guys, you should be buying this at 308. Everybody pile in. No, 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 no. But I may get a little more aggressive in the first minute or so on something if I see something in the races that's got some room. But that's up to you, okay? That is up to you. And again, when you hear me talk about races and you're new to the room, new to wow, look at this. This is just uh it's a great press release, guys. I mean, it's just an awesome press release, for this company. To sell out their 2022 $100 million. I mean, it's a great press release. I'm going to have to hammer that point home. Still trying to hold three. Yeah, trying to hold three. This is good for me anyway. Trying to hold this three level and see if it can just really hold this three level and maintain the buying enthusiasm. What did it get up to? It got up to 328, pulled back. Which um, which press release are you talking about? The VCLN or VLCN? We probably even have it here. It's not so much real time. It's just yeah. So it's not there. Interactive brokers. That's what I use mainly for my press releases. So this is what I saw. I don't know why we don't have it, but I don't look. I'll use our news to a certain extent, but I have interactive brokers, so this is what I look. This is what I typically look at. STNE is really starting to drop here, guys. STNE. This is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours. You can see the mauve area right there in the 15-minute chart. That is a reaction to earnings, and it's continuing to drop. STNE on earnings. Well, this VLCN is really trying to hold three here, guys. Really, really trying to hold three. If it can clear all this level, I mean, again, the next high is 374, not 472, sorry, 374. So now this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So there is that. Yeah, GCT, I mean, this is what's the spread like right now? Actually, right now it widened 2603, 2660. So that spread, of course, is going to go crazy. Right now, yeah, I mean, it's tightening, winding, tightening, winding. Another one. Oh, the market's opening. William, where are you? Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day. The market open caught me by surprise. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Well, this GCT, guys, it's a wild one. All right, well, that's why we wait, guys. VLCN did not hold three. Did not hold three. All right, let's see if this GCT can get back up into that area of 27 or so. All right, genius. GNS is starting to make a move here, guys. 10%. Wow, GNS making a big move here. I mean, it doesn't look like it on the 15-minute because I'd have to back this out just a bit here, but I mean, that went from 980 to 1130. Tough spread right now, 1093, 1133. Bit of a tough spread though. The bottom, well, I don't know what resistance is exactly. I just look left, Pete. I just check to see where the next high is. Okay, on the daily chart. That's all I'm looking at. Whether that's resistance or not, but that's all I'm looking at. I mean, it's right now it's busted, broken. You know, it didn't hold three, but I just look left. That's all I'm doing. Nothing highly scientific. There's the next high looking left. It was at 310. After that, it was 442. Am I right? Yeah, I guess I was right. 442 is the next high. If it can get back over three, it doesn't look good now though. Okay, guys, that's GCT is extremely whippy. Oh man. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. GCT, guys. I think this is going to get halted. I think this is going to get halted. Boom, halted, guys. GTC is halted. GCT is halted. Wow. Not easy, not easy, not easy. Oh. All right, that was exhilarating, and I don't think this halt's going to hurt. If you took this trade, the halt shouldn't hurt anybody yet. There's the halt at 29.45, 30.92, 30.92. That's the projected open. I can change, of course. All right, what's next? Pets, PETZ, PETZ. Now look at the daily chart on this one. I have to expand it a bit. So yesterday's high was 395. So it's a little bit close, 40 cents away or so. Yesterday's high. Okay, guys, STNE is on the way down here. This is an earnings play. STNE on the way down. This is showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Pretty close to that 9 level, though. IONM. Easy come, easy go, guys. So GNS was halted also. I didn't even notice that. GNS got halted on the way down. Easy come, easy go. Just saying how it popped up and then it popped right back down. Again, that's typically why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. You get all these wild gyrations. Boys, STNE takes out 9. Look out below. STNE takes out 9. Look out below. This is an earnings play. Just getting killed here. So typically these are 5-minute halts. If you're unfamiliar with halts, basically these are volatility halts. An easy definition would be just going up too fast in a short period of time. So they halt it, give it a little breather, and usually they are 5-minute halts. So if this is going to open, it'll be 9:40 plus 13 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt for GCT. Ooh, the wet G, that's the other one I was talking about earlier that was trying to have a bit of a comeback. WETG, another one of those crazy ones from a few days ago that got up to $50. All right, the GNS resumed. Okay, guys, VLCN is trying to come back here. So key level is around that probably that 320 level. VLCN, I'm just going to stick, let's see if this works. I'm on the development version. I did this because of I'm going to see if I can, hopefully this is going to work. Put a buy order in the simulator. Okay. So in the simulator, I have put a buy order in at 316 for VLCN. Okay. And see if it takes that out and starts to run from there. All right, guys, I've taken, wow, I almost too soon, I guess, but I've taken some out of this GCT, but look at this thing rip now. It just opened. Wow. Well, I said, my tactics may change a little bit in that first, if I see something that is, in the race that is just ripping right off the bat, I hate, well, I mean, we're in a trading room, so, I have to show you what is moving. Oh man, this is halted again, guys, I think. I think this is halted again. 35 now. Whew. Well, so you can kind of see why, when you get these crazy low priced and low float IPOs, how much fun they can be. So that's why, today we may get PXMD, these two, we may get the PXMD and the STBX. It all, for these type of plays, it all depends on where they open. If they open above the projected IPO price, then at least there's some enthusiasm. As opposed to if this is this STBX 5 million, 4 to 5. Let's say it opens at 3. Well, probably not a lot of enthusiasm, right? But what if it opens at 7, 8, 9? You're going to get a lot of interest. Not easy, okay? It's not easy. Always, it's not easy for anybody, even if you're used to trading. You can't take too many shares because these things can whip around like anything. But we're in a trading room, so we're popping out ideas. Yeah, I mean, you can't, yeah, there's the only way I play, if I had not been in this one, okay, GCT, the only way I play halted is if, let's just say GCT, okay, it was halted when at 29.45, okay? Let's say it opened, after the halt, let's say 28, okay, so below the 29.45, and then it popped right back through that halt price of 29.45. That's the only way, if I'm not in the trade already, that's the only way I would take the trade. I would never be chasing it. And even then, I mean, I'm not taking it, you got to be so careful, as PJ said, this could, on this, I mean, it doesn't look like it because, the projected open looks like it's certainly above the halt price. And this is Interactive Brokers, by the way. Okay, this is nothing to, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt price for GCT, $32. There is the projection, 34.50 on the open, but you can see this is changing. People are, so I mean, in theory, this could open at 30, so that's why, I never chase an IPO or a halt, but if it dips below the halt price and then pops back through it, that is the only time I'll get interested if I'm not already in it. Well, we talked about GCT. You were here in the morning, Ron, in the pre-market. We were talking about GCT in the pre-market. No, but this was all over the my pre-market actives. Well, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. It wasn't an IPO today. It was yesterday. We saw it yesterday. How am I doing? I'm doing fine. How are you doing? And welcome to your first day. By the way, yeah, I'm not sure I introduced myself. Yeah, I did at 9 o'clock. Okay, we're getting some airlines being thumped a little bit here. UAL and Delta, DAL, as I'm just waiting for this open for the GCT. If it's opening again, so this is going to be a longer halt. Okay, so again, see where GCT was halted, 9:35:13. Look where it opened, 9:40:13, exactly 5 minutes. So if this had been a 5 minute halt, it should have opened at 9:45 plus 13 seconds, but it's past that. So typically, if they're always typically they are multiples of 5. So this should open then at 9:50 plus 13 seconds. Yeah, VLCN is making that charge again, through that 3 level. Huge disadvantage, Tom, is you don't have the races and you don't have this brokerage plus, so you can't practice trading if that's what you want to do. But the big one is you don't have access to the races that I basically just pay attention to all day long. That's the biggest disadvantage, because that's all. This is the biggest change we've had in trade ideas in well, probably in the 20 years that trade ideas has been operating. The whole idea of races, which I'm going to go over in a little bit. What time is it now? 9:47. Yeah, maybe in about 10 minutes or so. If you're asking me if I'm using their commission-based IB, yes. Interactive brokers, yes. I don't. Well, one of the reasons is that we don't link with the free version. So, well, free the no commission version. So you can. There are a couple of ways. I mean, if you're willing to use AWS or Microsoft 360, 365, whatever it's called, or an emulation program like if you're an emulation program like Parallels, those are ways around it. All right, guys, there's the V. Right back down though. Wow. They have really a lot of fakery right now with the VLCN. I had a price alert set for that, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's called. I mean, what the interactive broker. I mean, I just use Mosaic, but I do pay half a cent or share or whatever for commissions. Okay, guys. I mean, if you're into shorting, STNE, it's now underneath 9. Underneath 9. This is a earnings play and obviously a disaster for them. Look at this gap down for STNE. No, just stocks. I don't trade Forex. I don't trade options. And this program only scans for stocks. Number one, okay, Ash? Only scans for stocks. So no Forex, no futures, and no option trading for me. Yep, Zen, you certainly can. So the question was, can I create? Okay, we're open now. GCT is now open. GCT is now open. Watching it like a hawk. I've already traded some out, of course, but oh man, this looks like it's going to get halted again. Oh, I think it's halted again, guys. Yeah, oh, look at this, 40 now. I mean, it's halted at 38.28, but the rejection now at 40. Now, again, this can just sink like a stone. Okay, so Zen, here is a way in which you can do it in a real simple way if you want to, especially on the adding part. You notice we have a heart in the chart. So the question is, can I create my own watch list and then keep adding to it? So you see we have a heart here. If you click on a heart, it automatically goes into a symbol list that we have created for you called my liked. Yeah, my liked. Okay, it's called my liked. You don't have to create it. The minute you click on a heart, it goes into a symbol list and goes into a watch list symbol list called my liked. And so what you can do then is you can create a top list window, like how you want to monitor it. So you create a top list window. I'm assuming you know how to do that. Okay, and then when you've created your top list window, let me find a top list window. So here's my life as an example, okay? So you create your top list window, then click on configure, and then symbol lists. And then it should already be over here. The my like should already be over here. If some reason, when I say over here on the left-hand side, if somehow you don't see it, I think that once you click on a heart, it moves over to this area, but I can't remember anymore. If it doesn't, you have to go to add existing list and find it, click on it, left click on it, and then it will move over, okay? And then the next step is check only the following lists. This is a drop-down menu. Check only the following lists and check the My Liked. And now it is attached to that top list that you created. But the nice thing about it is all day long, if you see a chart you like, you just click on the heart and it'll get added to it. If at some point when you're watching and you don't like it anymore for some reason, you just uncheck it. In other words, click the heart and then it'll move from the list. So it's an easy way to add and subtract stocks, okay, of a list of stocks that you want to follow, okay? Yeah, VLCN is not easy, Dak, and in that particular case, you can keep those caps on. I understand it's not easy. I mean, I thought that once it popped through that three again, that it might. I didn't take it, but I was getting ready to take it because I thought once it popped through that three again. So I will stick my alert again. Yeah. So the question in our YouTube room, and welcome, William. Does the AI apply to any stock ticker I choose, or does it only work for the ones Trade Ideas previews? Okay, so yeah, so no, it's only, you just have to wait for you cannot say, okay, AI, what about this stock? No, you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. Just wait for the alerts to happen. And you use the term preview. I mean, you're given a potential entry, you'll have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Right now, I don't see that there's been any trade or any alerts yet. All right, so APDN did get halted. I know somebody mentioned monkeypox. All right, so here's your news on it. Test for approval for New York State Department of Health. Okay, how's SIGA doing? How's SIGA doing? Yeah, so it's not doing, it's really, it may have popped on that news for APDN, but is right back down. Yeah, Sandy, you're doing a great job in terms of the fibs. I mean, I don't use fibs, so why should I? You're doing them, so you can let us know the levels. She is. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for this to open again, the GCT to open again. Tadeo, or yeah, welcome, 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 welcome. So the market is taking, I haven't even really looked at the overall market. Do you see why Trade Ideas is so cool though? I mean, look at all these stocks that are moving, okay? They don't care what the market's doing. So, that's what is what is very, very good about Trade Ideas. We can always identify stocks that are trading contrary to the market, alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing within reason. I mean, if the market all of a sudden dropped 2,000 points, I don't think any stock would withstand that. But all right, let's take a look at some of these things that are moving here. So you know what? I think I want to explain what you're seeing here in the racing. Okay, this the leaders and all that. So it's based on a top list window. Okay, you always launch a race from a top list window. Look at this GRFX. Oh, so this was an IPO, I guess a couple of days ago, or a symbol name change. CAM or CASA, usually you're on top of these things. I don't know if this was actually an IPO, GRFX. Yeah, very cool. Yes, yeah, you're right. You can just click on the race results, and if you like it, just click on the heart. But this is what this race is based on. This is the top list. So you always start off with a top list, and you create your top list, and then you launch the race from it. Okay. Now I'm sharing this one, so you don't have to know how to do anything at the beginning. Okay. In other words, you don't have to create a top list. You don't have to do anything if you kind of like the idea of this. But let me explain what's going on. Before we had races, yes, we had top lists. And what a top list could do is, let's just say I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today. So you have different columns. Let me change that so you can see. Okay, so this is the change from the close in percent. This is the change from the open percent. This is relative volume, etc. You can sort on any one of these columns just by left clicking rapidly. Okay, and now I'm sorted on the change from the close. So right now I can see that GCT is up the most, change from the close, VLCN is next, etc. Okay, I can do the same thing for the open. Double left click. So I can see GCT again is up the most, 43%, 20% for APDN, etc. That's all well and good, but how can I use this to help me trade? Can I tell if GCT is moving right now? I mean, I know in this particular case it's halted, but can I tell if APDN is moving right now? I mean, if I stare at that 18.6, sure, but how crazy would that be to have to see, well, is that changing 18.7 to 19 to 20, etc. This is the beauty of the racing. I run a race every 4 minutes. So what that means is every single stock starts at the same, is at the same starting position. Whatever stock is moving the most when the race starts will start to move to the top of the leaderboard. So the fact that GCT or say AP, well, GCT is halted, the fact that this is right at the top here doesn't really matter. Something else could be moving that's, down here, GM, General Motors. It's only 0.7% above the open. Okay. But what if all of a sudden GM moves from 0.7% to 1% to 3% to 5% to 10%? Relative to the rest of them, that is moving the most. Okay, that is moving the most. These other ones could be just kind of stuck up here. Maybe nice to know that these are have changed the most from the open, but they may not be moving at all. So that's the beauty of the races. It's showing you relative to the rest of the stocks what is moving that is in your list of stocks. Okay, and what happens is over the course of the day, a top 10 list will be created. So that means right now, when you see GCT in mine, when you see GCT and a 3, that means GCT won 3 races today. Okay. Guys, I'm out. Okay. You saw how it opened? Not a good open this time. So that's it for me. And I think it's halted again. Okay. So that's it for me in GCT. It popped to 42 and then the big drop and now it's halted again. So that could be it for the day, but what a rush. So anyway, you see so this is how this works. So when a stock wins a race, over the course of, again, I'm running 4-minute races. Now, if you're asking me why I'm running what that means is when I run a race for 4 minutes, when that race is over, another one will begin. So that's how a top 10 list will be built. It's a great watch list for the day. A stock that keeps winning a race over and over again has to be watched all day long. You may miss it. You may miss the initial move, but maybe, it's going to pull back to a certain level that you like. We've seen this, I do a video at noon and I highlighted a couple, in successive days that did exactly that. You can get frustrated about missing an initial move, but you know what? These things are still usually pretty active all day long. So maybe they pull back to a level that you like, and then you can take it there as an example. So I am sharing this race, this particular race. And if you go to my homepage, but understand, you can create a race based on your parameters. This race is based on stocks between $1 and $50 and at least 200,000 shares traded and up at least 2% from the close. Okay. No, not a lot of filters are in place. But you could have, if you wanted to have a race just based on stocks you like to follow, maybe you've got a basket of 30 or 40 stocks that you like to follow. You could base a race on that. But let me just give you my homepage link. All right, so when you click on my homepage link, first of all, we've got a great promo on right now, guys. This is the biggest promo I've seen, 30%. Typically, they're the best we've had in the past few years is 25%. So you can get trade ideas. Well, let me go over this right now, okay? So there's the promo you can use, early drive 30, early drive all in caps, 30% off the first month only or the entire year. Let's click on get trade ideas. We have an annual and a monthly, premium and standard. So the annual premium, the big difference is the AI, which has now got a couple of alerts in there. $2,000, why? Less that 30%. Standard is 1,000, less the 30%. But this is what I would do. If you don't know this program, if you're just sort of being exposed for the first time, you don't have to take out an annual. Start off with a standard, 118, 220 or 228, standard and premium, less the 30% for the first month only. So if you wanted to maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. But if within 30 days you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking out an annual, we will honor the 30%. So that's why I'm saying you can try us out for a month at 30% off. And there's always time, if you do want to take out an annual, to do it, as long as you do it within 30 days, and you'll still get the 30%, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this Let's Get Started, okay? It runs you through, it's about a 30-minute long, well, there are 10 videos. It goes over the download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar, right-click magic, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through that. Mandatory that you do that. This is a software program. You know, there are some things you have to know before you get started. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it here. We have a trade of the week. This week's trade of the week did not trigger, but it's free. And when I say trigger, it was UEC. So you'll get an email. If you sign up for the trade of the week, you'll get an email about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. And the email will say, okay, here's our suggested entry with a stop. And the suggested entry, it never triggered. It never got to the entry price. So before people start saying, wow, what a terrible trade of the week. Well, there was never really an opportunity to take the trade because the trigger price, I think, was 480 or something, 470, and it never got there. So that basically is a wash. The education section on my homepage, click on that. Well, here's that getting started. Okay, it's the same thing. And also in the user guide, don't get hung up on how big the user guide is and how much information. You don't have to learn everything. Look at it like this. When you, most people probably have Word, MS Word. Okay, you look at that manual, it's pretty daunting. What if they said to you, well, you've got to learn everything in that manual before you can use our program? That would be insane, of course. Most people with Word just care about it. Well, how do I print? How do I type things? How do I create maybe a new document? How do I bold? Very few things, but it's a huge manual because, there are all sorts of different people out there using it in a different way. Same with trade ideas. What I would do is, of course, you've got to do the getting started. You, at the very, very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and absolutely know about stock racing. Okay. We've got a lot of information about the stock racing, the setup, how to trade race winners. I mean, this is something Steve Gomez put together, but lots and lots of text on it. Okay. Take the time to learn about it. Okay. It is the key thing we do right now as a company. All the emphasis is all the emphasis is on the racing and improving how it looks, how it actually looks right now. It kind of, is a little bit jittery. I mean, it's kind of, you see things moving up and down. I've seen prototypes where now things will be moving up a lot more smoothly. We're changing how it looks. So there's a lot, like all the companies' expertise is being put into this racing. Daily support. So today is Friday. So I also run a YouTube room at the same time. And it's the same. You don't have to go there. They hear me. They see my screen. I take a break at around noon Eastern, between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today's Friday, so it should be Andy. Okay. So Andy will take over for me between 12 and 1. I'll confirm that. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. And also Chris between 3:30 and 4:30 between Monday and Friday. He's in our YouTube room. So lots of support all the time. This is not special for the test drive. This is how we operate every day. Well, Monday to Friday. This is not a special setup just for the test drive. Daily webinars. So next week there are still no webinars, but the week after they'll resume. You can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Michael Noss, who at Trade Ideas, this is not third party. He put this together. If you're new to trading, a great series, all free. Okay, take the time to learn about things like introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, things like that. Take the time to learn about it. And last, my scans. Okay, so here is the race mode. So you can have mine. You don't have to create one from scratch if you don't want to. This is mine. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts as up and down. I have very few scans left that I actually look at. Okay, I have my 10-day daily breakout and down still. Get very few alerts. This is what it looks like right now. And the single stock window, if this is the single stock window right there. You hear me talk about the Halts resumes. I mean, it's not really a scan. It's just more, telling me when a stock is halted and then resumes. I mean, it is a scan of sorts. Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. Again, if you're a more seasoned trader, you might want to take a look at this. If you're looking for stocks maybe that look like they've gone up way too quickly, so in a parabolic move, and you're looking maybe to short them at the top, or stocks that have really been hit hard and then maybe are bouncing. Okay, but that is, I would call that advanced. And I have one called the basic new highs and lows that you can take a look at also. But I've really pared down the number of scans that I use. And I probably, again, 99% of the time, I'm just focused on the racing. So you can save my link, and then you can have access to the education, my scans, anytime you want. So just go to my homepage today. Just go to my homepage, okay? Click on my homepage link. I just put it in. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so you'll start seeing this, and just go down to the scan section. I've got a scan section. Click here, and here are the scans. And that's that race mode scan right there. Now, big caveat, guys, if you're using our web-based version, if you're using the web-based version, the racing and this brokerage plus window that I'm going to go over is not available, okay? Now, there are ways around it. If you're willing to use a program like Parallels or a cloud service like Amazon AWS or Microsoft 360, you can do that. But if you're going to stick with the web-based version, unfortunately, you will not have access to racing and the brokerage plus, which I like to demonstrate as use as a simulator. Okay, practice trading. So again, guys, I mean, look at the GCT. That's why we always say you get into these sort of trades. You cannot step away from your computer. Think, oh well, it's going up. I guess it's going to go higher, or if it drops, it shouldn't be that much. I mean, look at that drop, 42 to 30. I mean, or 29, 30. So you cannot wander away from your computer if you're in, these type of. And if you're new to trading, I know everybody wants this because whether you're new or a seasoned trader, because I mean, look at the percentage moves, but that is also what can happen. Okay, that big giant red candle. Well, Yasha, are you a Trader D subscriber? You have to be a subscriber. So the question is, how can I get the scanner? Oh, you're talking about how you can get the program itself, like how to sign up, or are you talking about my scan? I just need a little more information. When you say how can I get the scanner, are you talking about how can I get trade ideas in general, or how can I get this scan right there, a specific scan? Hopefully you can hear me. All right, so here's another crazy one, guys. At Megel, M-E-G-L. So Dash, I don't know. Can you hear me or not? So William, what I would do is go to support, which is getting 30%. I have nothing to do with accounting, okay? So I am definitely passing the buck on this. But if you go to support, trade ideas, I just put and just ask them, give them your email address and see what they do, okay? I'm pretty sure they'll help, but don't understand what you mean, Tom. How do alerts go out? Do you use Telegram? I mean, I know you're trying to be funny, but what I don't understand what you mean. If you're saying, do I tell you what to buy and sell and put an alert out like that? No, if that's what you're talking about. This is, we have ideas all day long. What you'll hear me say is perhaps, okay, let's take a look at CYBN. I'll look at this and I'll go, okay, guys, CYBN, interesting, over a dollar through the 200-day moving average. Start looking left. And if I see that there's could be some room, which I don't see because I'm looking left and I see a lot of stuff at 111. But what if I'm looking left and I see the next high is say 150 from 10 and from 105 to 150? I'm not saying it would get to 150, but I would be saying things like, okay, guys, this base is at a certain level here. Base is here. Maybe if it takes out 108, I will be very interested in taking that trade. Okay, so I'm not going to tell anybody to take a trade. You have to have a trading plan, a style of your own. And I'm just talking in general, Tom. And if it makes sense what I'm saying, and you like the idea, fine. But if you don't, some people don't like cheap stocks like this, and that's fine. All sorts of different trading styles. I'm more of a momentum trader. I'm not as big a pullback trader. So I'm not looking for stocks that pull back. However, in the racing, you can always, for instance, APDN, you can click on this. It's not active right now. It's not doing too much right now, but look what it is doing. Maybe it's basing right here a little bit. It got a big pop up to 443. It's pulled back to 411. Maybe if you're more of a pullback player, maybe this is more your style. To put a price alert around 4 and see if it pulls back to that level, and then maybe you take the trade if that is your style. You have to develop a style, and a plan, a trading plan. Your trading plan could be, to start off with, could be very simple. I only like to trade stocks between 10 and $100 or 1 and $20. Has to have this sort of a minimum volume. It has to be at least 500,000 shares or 100,000 shares. If you're looking for active stocks, maybe a relative volume of at least, 3 or 4, things like that. You have to develop a style, a trading plan yourself. You cannot rely on other people to tell you what to buy and sell. And again, this is not directed to anybody specifically. This is just, in general. And as always, have a stop. You get into a trade, and you get into a trade because maybe how I trade. I always I have a checklist. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? But I have a checklist, so I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. And if I cannot check every box, then I don't take the trade. So let's say I take a trade though, every box can be checked. Plus, maybe it's even got news. One of the boxes I have to check is not necessarily news or earnings or anything like that. That would be a bonus. So for instance, the VCLN, that's a good example, really. VLCN. Okay. I could have checked every box, nice gap up, lots of volume, 42 million. I mean, 17 million in the float. It's traded 42 million already. I mean, so it's traded the float, what, 2.5 times or so. A high relative volume, bonuses that it had news, definitely an eye-catching press release. So all those things, okay? So I was saying to myself, wow, if it takes out this 3 level, 314, I want to take that trade. I could have taken that trade, but what happened is it hit it, but it immediately dropped. So didn't even give me an opportunity. But even if I had taken that trade, I will have a price that I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. Okay, at my stop. That, and that's another thing you have to practice, because my stop is usually based on what I see on a chart, where there could be a support level. In this particular case, certainly a break of 3, because for me, whole numbers are very important, psychological numbers. If they break through or down, I think they're just psychological. So let's just say though, I got into this trade at 314 and I put my stop at 3. I will obey my stop all the time. I'll get myself out of the trade and say, oh, well, it didn't work. Okay. Even though I wanted it to work, even though it looked like it should have worked, in theory, all sorts of things, checking all the boxes. Plus, I mean, you look at this, you think, man, how can it fail? $100 million pre-orders. Okay. How can this fail? Well, it's not that it's failed. I mean, it's still at 54%, but if I taken this trade up here, it would have failed. That's trading, guys. Okay. You've got to, taking losses is part of trading. The big deal about trading is managing those losses, managing them. What do I mean by that? If you've got a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay. So what I do, in the simulator, I try to, and I'm going to show you, I try to demonstrate a $100 risk per trade. So the most in the simulator that I will lose is $100. And then you just move on. Now, how much you're going to risk will be dependent on your account size. So that's why I was saying, I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's take a look at VLCN. Let's just say I wanted to take this trade right now, okay? And it's pulled back a little bit, and this is for demonstration purposes. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. The spread is only a penny, so I'm going to buy it and send it. Okay, so it'll appear here. It will appear here. There we are. So it took the trade at 283. I'm going to put a stop at 263, and I'm going to explain why. I'm trying to make the math really easy. On the chart now, we'll see a minus approximately $100. A red line will appear, and it'll be approximately minus $100. Okay, it's hard to see right there, 97.55. Okay, so how did that happen? So this is what I'm talking about. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes. Meanwhile, guys, APDN is ripping again. So what I did was I said, okay, got into this trade at 283. I know where my stop is before I take a trade. Okay, again, I'm just trying to make this math easy, and I'll explain why. So when I take a trade, I know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me. So I put the stop at 263, again, to make the math easy. How? Well, the entry was 283, stop is 263. Remember, I was saying I want to risk $100 a trade. So if I take that 20-cent difference between the entry and the stop, I divide that into how many shares I took. 20 cents into, sorry, 20 cents into the $100, that gets me the 500 shares. So again, the way I trade, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I will take will be dependent on the difference between my entry and my stop. I divide that number into how much I'm willing to risk on the trade, In the simulator, I'm risking $100. That's why I was able to take 500 shares. Okay. Now, how I trade is I do not vary my risk from trade to trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep it about the same risk amount every single trade. That's how I trade. You can set up an Excel spreadsheet that when you input your entry price and your stop, of course, it's going to automatically subtract it, and then it'll divide it into that, say 100 or 200 or whatever you're willing to risk, and it'll generate your share size. And so that'll tell you quickly how many shares you can take, and then you just do it. Okay. Meanwhile, look at this market. Wow. So this is the first day that we've had in a while that looks like this. Now, the next thing is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard, you know. Remember, I was talking about the checklist, and in this particular case, so, you know, I could have checked everything, and plus it's got that big bonus of news. Welcome, Woods. Well, you know, stock trader, I mean, it's so fast moving, and it also depends on the spread. Okay. I mean, if it's a bad spread, I'll never go and market, you know, but I mean, it depends how fast moving it is. But I rarely go in at market unless the spread is good. You know, if it's a 2 cent spread, a 1 cent spread, obviously no big deal. How I trade is I'm just looking at my time and sales in Interactive Brokers. I'm seeing how it you know, how fast a stock is trading, the bid and the ask and all that. And I trade from within Interactive Brokers. I don't use Brokerage Plus because I use Brokerage Plus to demonstrate its use as a simulator. By the way, I should have put this link in. I put a link called Brokerage Plus, and in that link there are two videos. There's a short video that if you have an shows you that if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas using this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Okay, only works with if you have an IB or E-Trade account, no other broker. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it, and how I use it though is as a simulator. So I mean, my layout that I'm sharing has Brokerage Plus in it, but if you just want to load it yourself, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And then this window will show up. You may have different columns that I have, but you know, there's all sorts of different columns you can use. And the only other thing you have to do is click on Sim. Let me show you what happens. Probably when so it'll say not connected. You just click on Sim, and then it'll change to account. You click on account and then simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker, you know, to use this. And if you become a subscriber, all you need is our standard service to use this. Okay, again, it uses our real-time data. So all you need is our standard service if you want to practice trading. Now, the next step, of course, is trying to obey your stop. What I got sidetracked there. You get into a trade, it looks wonderful. You think it's wonderful. Bonus, it's got news, it's got everything going for it. The room is talking about it. Everybody's exciting, and but it's not working. So the initial reaction is to not obey your stop because you cannot believe it's not working. And so instead of, you know, and it goes to your stop price, but you don't get out. So instead of that manageable, say $100, it now starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you eventually sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay. Almost as bad though is not obeying your stop. You're down two, three, four, $500, and you're sweating. And you're thinking, it's got to turn, it's got to turn, and then it does turn. Now all of a sudden you're up two, three, $400. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my opinion, and for my experience as a trader, not obeying your stop can really ruin an account. Okay, take your manageable loss and move on. The stock could set up later on the same way, and it gives you an opportunity maybe to get back into the trade. Okay, but you have to check your ego at the door and stop being stubborn. Yeah, so I don't, Ron, I don't base it on percentage risk at all. Okay, the question was, what percentage risk do I don't use a percent at all. I'm using what I consider a little more scientific. I look at a chart where I think there's a support level. If it broke down through that level, that's where I want to be out. Okay. So it's nothing to do with a percent. That's the way I trade. Woods, I don't use hotkeys within IB. I mean, I know they have hotkeys, but I don't use them. We have some hotkeys here, very minor. You want to get out of a trade right now, you can flatten it. So if I had a series of trades, I would highlight the one I want to get out of. I could flatten it, or I could get out of half the trade, or I could double my position. Of course, I could go into the box here and trade out how many I want. No, Ron, my risk is always going to be based on, everybody's account size is different. So I'm going to have what I consider how much I will risk per trade, okay, dollar wise. Be it $100, be it $500, be it $1,000. Everybody's account size is different, okay? So that's how I share size myself. Again, my I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's based on the difference between my entry and my stop. I divide that into how much I'm risking on the trade. It's not a percentage risk, okay? It's how much I'm risking, and I keep that risk, the dollar amount, about the same within reason every single trade. So yeah, my share size is not the same every trade. I don't use hotkeys with IB. I know they have them. I don't use them. I'm not, I just don't use them. If you're asking me how much I risk, like in theory, how much, I mean, there are schools of thought that say, or trains of thought that, or schools of thought, I guess, that say, maybe risk per trade, no more than 2% of your account size. I mean, but that's up to you. Okay. If I know that, if you go on the internet, you'll see all sorts of different ways, but I think 2% is maybe a rule of thumb. So if you had $100,000 in your account, in theory, you could risk $2,000 a trade. Okay, if you're using 2%. I'm not saying that's what to do, but that's, I mean, I know that is something that people do talk about like that. Yeah, I don't use the AI or Holly very much, Woods. Upfront about it. I have and how, I mean, we do have a if you go to support at trade-ideas.com, I think they have some kind of a graph that shows how well it's done versus a SPY. But there's only one that I would be looking at today because it's in the price range that I don't mind trading. But I'll be honest, I'm more into this. This is what I glue. we're in a test drive right now. I'm getting a lot of questions, which is absolutely fine. Okay. But I just really pay attention to this all day long and really nothing else. The beauty of the race, it's not, I mean, the results, yes. I mean, I love the results. I love seeing active stocks and all that. But the real beauty of this concept is focus. It gets you to focus on one scan and that's it. Instead of trying to create all sorts of different alerts for different types of setups and top lists, keep an eye on everything. What I have found in using this now in this is my sixth full week of using it. This is not a fad for me. Okay. This is not something that maybe it's not going to work anymore. No way. This is it for me. And I've been using Trade Ideas since 2010. It didn't start as an employee, but this just gets me to focus on one scan and then a watch list that is automatically created for me that I can watch all day long. Okay. Well, every time every time I click on an alert, this will change the 15 and the 10 and the daily chart. It'll change. Okay. Every time I click on an alert, I've got this what's called symbol linking. So when I click on an alert, these two time frames change to the symbol. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, VLCN, I just have to flatten it if I wanted to. So at this point, if you're using something like this, you would never, ever you would never not get a profit on this. Okay. In other words, you wouldn't let it get back down to your entry price and move down below your entry price, in my opinion. Okay. I mean, these things can be very volatile. So for instance, let's just take half off. Okay. Just took half off. So now I'm down to 250. I could have gone to the box here and, taken 100 off or 150 off or some other amount. But, I'm just demonstrating the use of this. So maybe this is getting ready, guys. I mean, it's been all over the place, but maybe not. I mean, look how crazy it is. It wants to get through 3 and then it immediately drops right back down. So in this case, I'm just going to get out of it. I'm just going to flatten it, get out of it. Okay. It's just too volatile. And then I can always put my alert back up here. Yeah, it's a difficult one to trade. No doubt about it. And we're talking about the VLCN. Yeah, it'll flatten that market. Yes. In that particular case, it wasn't a big deal because the spread was okay. Okay, but obviously, if I wanted to, you can go limit out on something, and then you'll see that you can say, okay, if I limit out how far away am I willing? I mean, let's say I want to get out at 283, but it's moving really rapidly down. How far away from 283 am I willing to exit that trade or take the trade? And that's what that limit, you really, all this is covered in the guide, all right? I don't want to get too complicated about limits and all that, but basically the limit is saying, okay, I get an alert at, I want to take this trade at 30, but it's moving so fast. How far outside of 30 am I willing to take this trade? At 30.10, at 30.20? And that would be your, but again, I don't want to get too complicated right now. Other thing I just want to go over, because again, we have new people. What is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner, okay? That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So the fact that this window here that we call Brokerage Plus works with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, don't fret. Think, well, I don't have an IB or E-Trade account. Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? No, just means you don't have access to this feature. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. I didn't say 2% for a stop, Teddy. So the question was more how much, I mean, there are schools of thought that say, okay, based on your account size, how much can you risk per trade dollar wise? There are schools of thought that say, well, maybe 2% of your account size. I'm not recommending that. I'm not a financial advisor, okay? But I know that's out there. So if you had a $5,000 account, in theory, you could risk $100 a trade if you're using that 2%. If I were starting out, I probably wouldn't do that though. I'd probably maybe start up with 1% or even 0.5%, okay? If you're just starting out. You got to practice trading, guys. Trading is not easy. There's a lot to it. No, we don't have level two. The question in our YouTube room is, do we have level two? No. Level two, of course, I'm sure you're aware that it comes from your broker if you want it, but we don't have level two. I mean, this is what I use. I mean, level two, whatever. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is what I follow. Time and sales. Boy, geez, I'm not back in it, but boy, this DCT looks like it's getting ready for another run. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, but we also have a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. Okay. Now this is if I would be clicking on the explosive winners channel, click on that. And this race that you see here, my race is based on it, okay? I've made some alterations, I've upped the minimum volume, I different price range and all that. That's up to you, okay? But this is the race. This race and this race are very similar. And if you want any of the scans that we have created, now this is in a layout. What you have to do is you have to get the scan outside of the layout. And you do that by right clicking and you duplicate into a free floating window. Again, all this is this is all in the guide. Okay, but I'm just going to go over some of the basic things. So you duplicate that into a free floating window and that popped up my other monitor. Okay. And then you can right click and save or share to cloud and you save it. Now it's in your cloud. I'll explain that. You can go to another channel. Momentum channel is pretty popular also. But I caution you. Okay, here's a momentum channel, or this is the momentum channel. This is a scan. What is it looking for? If you right click on any alert window or top list window and click on configure and then summary, it's going to tell you exactly what this scan is looking for. So in this particular case, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum of 100,000 shares. This is kind of the key one. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. Normal meaning, and this is an approximate definition, what this is, looking at the last 10 days, okay? That's an approximate definition. Just, people really want to get into the weeds. Well, I have to know exactly. Just know that when you click on an alert, normally you're going to see a big volume spike, okay? So if all of these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing ICPT. And if you look at the chart, you can just see right up there, it made a new high. It's pulled back now. But at 10:45, it made a high at 21.25, and these are all real-time alerts. So if you wanted this scan, again, you just right-click, duplicate into the free-floating window. Once it's free-floating, then you save it to the cloud. But again, I caution you, don't have so many windows up and running that you'll never get anything done. Okay? Now, why save things to the cloud? Because then you can bring them back, file, load from cloud. And if you saved it, you highlight it, you load it. File load from cloud again, bring back another one. In this way, you can create a layout of your own without actually knowing how to build any scan from scratch, if that's what you want to do. Okay? But again, if I were new to trading, and I'm not new to trading, this is all I'm concentrating on is this biggest gainers from the open. If this is not your style, in other words, if you'd rather have something, you don't mind the biggest gainers from the open, but maybe this is too wild and woolly for you. Okay, these are stocks that are pretty volatile. I do have one that's based on this exactly same idea, except they're larger cap stocks. So if I want that, you know what, Ethan, I don't want to be a financial advisor like this, okay? Yeah, 2% of your entire, so in other words, you're not going to, I don't want to be, you really have to, figure out how much you want to risk per trade. I don't want to start saying that it's 2% and then, yeah, every trade is 2%. So in theory, if you took 50 trades, you'd be at your max. No. First of all, if you're new to trading, I would not be in more than one trade at a time, okay, starting out. Personally, I'm generally in no more than 2 trades at a time, even if I weren't moderating a room, you know, because obviously moderating a room, I don't have, 100% focus on trading. But even if I weren't moderating a room, I would typically in not more than 2 trades at a time. If you're new to trading, I mean, you don't want to be in 5, 6, 7 trades at a time and try to manage them all. I mean, it's really start slowly if you're new to trading. Yeah, halted on the way up. Yes. And now look at this. I mean, this could a ginormous open at 40. Who knows? We don't know yet. Now, if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I click on this alert window right there, configure, and I click on search, these are all the filters that we have. All the alerts that we have, the real-time alerts, starting off with the new high and the new low, okay? And we have a lot of real-time alerts, and when you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. So do not get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, with all the different types of trading styles there are out there, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? But so don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. That's if so. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. The other thing, and I'm trying to emphasize this point, Practice trading first, okay? And I'm getting questions about, well, my account size and all that. First of all, practice trading. It may, our CEO is actually recommending, and I know nobody wants to hear this, but practice for 6 months before you actually start to trade. I know nobody's going to do that. I know that, you fund your account and you want to immediately start trading. I'm just saying, we've got a simulator here, and I would be practicing trading before you commit money to the market. How long that's going to take you, I don't know. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade live. Making money in the simulator, though, unfortunately, is not necessarily meaning you can make money once you start trading live. Getting in and out of trades in a simulator, if you're taking losses, is no big deal, right? But once you're trading live, there are other aspects. There's some slippage that could happen. If you're paying commissions, things like that. But so I'm not trying to dissuade people and be gloomy about it. But reality is you've got to practice trading. So the simulator works in the pre-market and after hours also. Okay, Rucker. Now you can replay. What we can replay are any of your races. So when the market closes at 4 o'clock, you can replay this, okay? And there's something called replay mode. And what it does is in 6.5 minutes, it replays what happened during the day. And why 6.5 minutes? Markets open for 6.5 hours, so a minute per hour. So what you'll see when you do a replay is you'll see all the action that happened. And why that's good is that if you miss a day trading, or maybe you can't trade, maybe you're a person who, and I'm talking in general, maybe you're a person that you're not glued to a computer all day long. And so at 4 o'clock or in the evening, whenever you want, you can replay it and see what happened. And remember, this top 10 list is automatically created for you. You could look at this then and think, wow, okay, I wonder if I should be watching Pet Z tomorrow, as something that I can watch tomorrow, in this top 10 list. We're only 10:53, so we have a ways to go before this top 10 list is created. And all the top 10 list is the number of times a stock won a race. That's all it is. And it's automatically created for you. And if you don't have a top 10 list, you're running a race and it looks more like this, okay, which is to me a mess. I think now I've asked them, and I think the default now when you launch a race will be this: show top 10 winners. So if that's what you're seeing, okay, if this is how it is presented to you, then right click and click on show top 10 winners. And now it'll be in a nice arranged top 10 list. So this is like a watch list for the day though also. I click on TGL. It hasn't done anything for a while, but it's pulled back. If it looks interesting, or maybe a stock is consolidating. Somebody asked yesterday, can we do somehow racing on consolidation? Well, my answer to that really is this top 10 list is automatically, and it's only 10 stocks. Click on them every now and then. See what they're doing. APDN pulled back again. If it pulls back to 4, maybe you'd be interested in taking the trade as an example. There's only 10 in the list. It's not like there's 100 that you have to click all day long madly. Just click and see what's happening. MOBQ. Maybe it's setting up for, maybe it's basing here, and maybe it'll have a run from here. We don't know. All right, guys, 10:55. All right, guys. So, not seeing too many more questions. So, take a look at IONM. So here's now what one of the cool things about this is that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you'll see a stock just moving up to the top of the leaderboard that you probably haven't seen all day long. Okay, and that's the cool thing, and instead of having to create different alert windows and try to catch these sort of moves, this typically is going to show you stocks that are really moving hard. By the way, what I want to do is also, for those of you who would rather see a large cap version of this, I will give it to you. Okay. Large cap gainers from the open. I'll share it. That may be more your style, and that's fine. And by large cap, it basically takes this and turns it into something that has a minimum of $500 million market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see, you won't see stocks that are moving as rapidly, but maybe that's more your style, and that's fine. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Back. Yeah, perfect. I think that's going to change. I think they're going to revamp that. I got a lot of complaints, not just from you guys, but from internally about the Market Explorer. I can't guarantee it, but I think it's not going to be just for premium users. Look at this one, guys. Go. I mean, this Histo has been an active stock, but it just has that up down motion to it too many times. And I'm hearing BNSO, Bonso. Oh, somebody asked the question. Okay, Jamie in our YouTube room. Well, how the winners counted? Well, if it wins a race, then it's, so GCT right now is winning this race. It's at the top of the leaderboard. If that maintains, it still has 2 minutes and 18 seconds before this race ends. So if it maintains, it's in the top of the leaderboard, then it'll turn to 7 races. That's won. Now, if what you're saying is that it looks like this, on your end, like this, is that what you're seeing, Jamie? You cannot get, Mark, we don't have level 2. Okay. Most of us, if you're interested in level 2 or time and sales, use our broker. Or your broker. So we cannot get level 2 on trade ideas. I don't really believe in level 2 anyway. But that's a personal opinion. I just think there are too many games played. Maybe on the smaller stocks, but I just think there, bids and asking, put in yank. So I don't really believe in it. I don't pay any attention to it, but that's me. That is me. If people who use level 2 can use it to their advantage, more power to them. So Jamie, in our YouTube room, is that what you're talking about? It looks like on your end. If it looks like that, then you just have to right click on the race and then show top 10 winners, and then it'll be nicely aligned like that, if that's what you mean. Yeah, level 2 in theory shows the amount of shares at the bid and the ask, okay? If you want a fuller explanation, just do a Google search, level 2, okay? But that's it. Again, I haven't paid attention to level 2 in years and years and years. So Jamie, so that's what the default now will be, to display the winners in a list like this, in a top 10, rather than this to me is just a mishmash. I mean, I think it's terrible. So all I have to do is right click and then show top 10 winners, okay? I did. Jamie, yeah, I did. There were a lot of complaints internally, not just from, but I can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure that it'll be still part of the standard service. No, okay, Jamie, it's nothing to do with consecutive wins, okay? It's just the overall number of wins. So it's got nothing to do with consecutive wins. This top 10 list. So when you say, do you say, or your question is, does a standard subscription include the ability to use IB? If you're talking about using the standard, okay, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, yes. Okay. If that's what you're talking about. But we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay. But if you're talking about actually using this window to trade your interactive broker's account, yes, the standard subscription includes that. Yes. If that's what your question is. Yeah, I think IB is excellent. I've had IB for 6 years. I think it's an excellent broker. And how I measure excellence is, well, 2 ways, I guess. I mean, I've never ever had an issue, I think anyway, with fills and being ticked off because I'm not getting the fills I want properly. More importantly, in the 6 years I've had it, I don't think I cannot remember ever being frozen. The system going down, freezing me out of the account. It is, to me, is incredibly reliable. A large cap scanner. Oh, hopefully I didn't delete it, but let me see. Accidentally, sometimes. No, it's here. Now, are you using the web-based version today? Are you using the web-based version of our Oh, that's the problem. I keep trying to emphasize the fact that the Racing and Brokerage Plus, these two windows, not available. Okay, not available if you're using the web-based version. Yeah, we get that question a lot. I mean, we link with many brokerage platforms, okay, including Thinkorswim, etc. Okay, and the linking is this: an external linking tool. If you click on tool and click on external linking, and so we link with many brokers. And what the link means, because remember, I don't trade using this Brokerage Plus window. I trade from within my IB account. So what the linking does is it's just a huge time saver. So when I click on an alert, any symbol, it loads into my IB platform, and from there I trade it. So I don't have to, all day long, because I click on a lot of symbols all day long. I don't have to constantly type it into the order entry. No, Steve does not use pre-market data for his charts. I do, because I want to see the pre-market action. So, oh, that's just the way I like it. But it does give a different. If you're using his 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, it can give different looks. Yeah, so Ethan is saying he finds that IB is not, listen, IB looks like it's from the 90s, okay? But I'm more about the function rather than form. Um, and so, yeah, are the charts the prettiest? Is the order entry looking the prettiest? No, no, no. But for my purposes, and I haven't had an issue, again, for 6 years, and I haven't changed a thing in 6 years. I mean, it's the same, I have the same look for 6 years. For my order entry, it's fine. Yeah, so Mark, if I weren't moderating a trading room, okay, understanding that what I'm trying to do is really demonstrate the use as a simulator, okay? So let's take 500 shares of this and I'll buy it and send it. Now I'm in a simulated trade. There's no way, because I'm moderating a trading room, that I'm going to, well, have the brain power to realize, am I in the simulated account, or am I on my real account toggling back and forth, okay? If I weren't if I weren't moderating the room, I could use this. But I find trading from within IB is, I mean, I if I were in a lot of trades at the same time, maybe, this would probably make a lot more sense. I could manage it a little more easily, perhaps. But so to answer your question, when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. Okay. Does that make sense? I'm using Pro, yes. The reason, because we don't link with the light version, okay? So, and I don't get hung up on the half a cent a share. I think you get what you pay for. Wow. I'm looking at my exits on GCT. I could be retired now. I use Mosaic. I mean, I'm getting a lot of questions about the mechanics of IB and all that. I'm certainly no expert with IB. All I know, and I haven't, I know I keep repeating myself. I've had the program for 6 years. I set it up 6 years ago. I haven't made one change. Okay. I have it on Mosaic and that's it. I see, there are a couple of tabs. There's classic TWS and then there's Mosaic. I've had it on Mosaic for 6 years. Haven't made a change. I mean, obviously, you go to IB's website. You can find out all about them. I'm not trying to be. I don't get anything from IB to promote them. I'm just, I just find the platform very reliable. I don't get hung up on how it looks. The 30%, yeah, in theory, Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, that is the 30% off. Here is something that is being Here is something that is being hammered here. NAUT. Wow. In the old days, 6 weeks ago, I'd be probably all over this trying to short this. Well, I don't know, Hall, if it's, I don't know if, well, I get charged commission. I don't know if it's because I don't think it's got anything to do with Mosaic or Classic TWS. But listen, guys, we're getting kind of to each his own, okay, in terms of a broker. The half a cent of commission that I pay, it doesn't, to me, it makes no difference, but that's me, okay? Look at this GCT. I'm going to cry when I see my exits on this. Halted again. Now, can you see why, if these open today, guys, if these open today, the PXMD and the STBX, I'm not saying they're going to do exactly what GCT is doing, but they've got very similar profiles in terms of, how many shares were issued. They're actually lower IPO priced. And this is the one I'm really interested in, Malaysia, just because, outside of the US, some crazy things can happen. So if they open today, they're supposed to, but no guarantee. Hey guys, this is looking a little more interesting. The IONM. And let's see, is there any news on this? I don't see any news on it. But 8 million in the float, so it's traded over half the float. And when you look left, I mean, it's got some areas. The next high is 255. So I mean, is that right? I mean, other than the high for today, which is 185, but looking left, 178. I guess 178 would be the next high actually in the daily chart. Then after that, 255. So I mean, keep an eye on it. Boy, this GCT. Oh, okay, thank you for that. The PXMD IPO moved to the 24th, so next week, okay? So maybe the other one will open today. Let me just check my IPO calendar. So they're not opening today. Shoot. This one's now supposed to open on Wednesday. Now this still says Friday, PXMD. Are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we're mixing them up. I mean, this still says Friday for PXMD. The STBX says next Wednesday. Now look at this one. This will be on. So I'm going to stick an alert. I think I've seen that symbol before. I think they tried to do an IPO a long time ago, but maybe they yanked it. So now I'll just create the price alert at $1. This is how I want to track the IPOs that are coming up. And so what I do is I put the structure in 1.6 million shares, 743. I'll put that in the notes section. So when it starts to trade, I'll know what the structure was. More importantly, did it open above that IPO price? Okay, now I can save it. So when it starts to trade, it'll pop up in my price alerts. So for instance, guys, this is why the GCT, if you look at GCT, 2.9 million shares. There was the, potential 1225, okay, at the open. And it didn't act, I mean, it did okay. It closed at 1569, but I mean, obviously it's exploded today. But it's all about the structure. Structure meaning how many shares. And so I'm not interested in, the bigger IPOs that are releasing 40 million shares at $20. I mean, they can have great moves too, but not like these ones. But they're highly risky. Yeah, so we don't, in the room, Woods, we don't actually talk about how much we make on anything, just to let you know. But if you made that amount, congratulations, obviously. All right, so GCT just opened. I missed it. You know what I did, blue collar? I took my eye off and I just glanced at what you were saying, and then I was going to take it. I had an alert, or I wanted to take it just over 50, around 50.25, and I literally just glanced away for half a second. Now, no guarantee I would have got it at 50.25, but oh well. What are your problems with Brokers Plus, Oliver? You might want to send a log or something to our developers if you're having problems with Brokers Plus. You know, again, just when you think you've seen the last of these sort of IPOs or stocks, you know, another one comes along. Okay, then what I would do is click on help and send files to support. Okay, Oliver, I can't help you. I don't know, you know, I can't see your log or anything like that, but they can take a look to see what's happening. Are you talking about in the simulator or your live account? It is possible to trade pre-market and post-market in Brokerage Plus. And like every other broker in the world, you cannot go in a market. Well, again, Oliver, you have to, I mean, I can't answer a question. I mean, I don't know what's happening. Are you talking about trading your live account? All I can tell you to do is click on help and then send the files to support. Okay. If you can see my screen, click on help and then send files to support and say, hey, what's going on? I mean, that's all I can say. I can't help you otherwise. So yeah, so Jay, again, like every other broker though, you cannot place market orders in the pre-market. Okay, you have to go limit order. But the answer to your question is yes, you can place, you can trade pre-market with Brokers Plus. A limit order, yeah. And that's every broker, and it's to protect you because I mean sometimes you get wild gyrations. You know, you sometimes get these huge topping tails and bottoming tails out of nowhere. But that's every broker. That is not. That's got nothing to do with trade ideas. Hey, real. Good morning. Whew. Okay, guys. What time is it? 11:23. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Okay, so Oliver, can you see my screen? From your toolbar, if you can't see my screen, if you from your toolbar, click help and then send files to support. Okay? So click on help and then send files to support. And Chris Varley is really good at taking a look at the files and analyzing what's going on. Okay? Well, nobody said you were dumb. All right, well, send files to support, and then do you want to send files to support? Say yes, and that should be it. If you're still having issues, why don't you go to our homepage? And I mean, I know Chris is there. Yeah, the pop-up should come. Help, send files, oops, help, send files to support. Do you want to send files to support? You say yes. Okay, and that should be it. Unfortunately, I did send my files to support, not that I had to. If you're having issues, I don't know how else I can help other than sending you to our homepage, okay? And then ask the question when the little pop-up. So go to our homepage, click on that link. When you click on the link, the little questions and answers will pop up. Questions and answers. and just ask and say, well, I don't know if you're trying to, if something is happening regarding sending files to support, then maybe they'll look at your account, okay? Okay, Oliver, again, they might be able to, I can't help you, okay? Because, I mean, typically you just click on that yes, and it goes. I don't know a limitation on file size, but my recommendation to go to the home page and start a conversation. There are people there and say, I'm trying to send files to support, but it says the file's too large, okay? And I'm not technical, like I'm not tech support like that. So hopefully somebody, I'm sure somebody will be able to help you, okay? Oh, okay, but again, Oliver, we're just going over and over. Go to the homepage and explain what's happening, okay? And somebody can take a look, okay? I'm glad you're okay, guys. IONM, yes, IONM is looking like it may want to put in a little bit of a move. I don't think this is going to be incredibly dynamic. I may be wrong, but it looked like it wants to start putting a little bit of a move in now. It's got to take out that high of the day, and if it does, it has some room. How far is, must not be the right symbol, CGT, Hamza. I just typed it in. And all, listen, a question like that though, I mean, all I would be doing is looking left on the daily chart to see where, I mean, I don't know what symbol is because you typed in CGT, which is, I guess, not the right symbol. GCT. Oh, GC. Oh, I have no idea how far I can go. I mean, it obviously it's wild and woolly. I mean, there's no, it's only the second day of trading. I have no idea. You know, wildly speculative. Obviously, there's no, in theory, chart resistance other than today's high, but I cannot predict where this is going. It could sink to $30 in the next second, you know? So highly, highly, highly risky. Well, don't wander away from your computer, Hamza, because you might put a stop loss in at $48, but remember how wild this can be. It could blow right through your stop, okay? So don't go away from, wander away from your computer. And what I'm saying is because it so rapidly trades just because you put a stop loss in at 40 and you're thinking, okay, I'm protected at 40, but it could drop from 50 to 45 in a heartbeat. So you may only be able to get out a certain number of shares. Just so do not leave your computer. All right, guys. So there you go, Hams. I mean, you look how rapidly that fell. GCT. Hope you got out at close to 48. I mean, just as we're talking, that dropped like $5, $6, just like that. That's why you cannot rely on automation in something like this, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, guys, let's see. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions right now. So 11:32. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking a break. I'm going to just confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. Did I say Jamie? I'm in Andy. So when you say how to use the screener, okay, yes, okay. So let me just give you my home page. So the question is how, about the racing. Got a great guide that goes over it in a lot of detail, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. And click on the education section. Click here, education section. Click on the user guide. And then click on the TI stock race. Okay, so a couple of videos, the stock race setup, how to trade race winners, but lots and lots of information, okay? Really well worth it to go through all this. Anybody who's, interested in the racing and what it's all about, okay? The guide is excellent in my opinion. Okay? Well, again, when you say a guide to set up the standards, go to the user guide, okay? And sorry, back. Okay, so again, go to the user guide. Well, first of all, click on my education section. And then when you go to the user guide, first of all, there's a getting started, okay? If you're new to trade ideas or thinking about, you can take a look at the getting started. It's about 30 minutes or 10 videos. But this shows you what an alert window is and how to set up an alert window, a top list window is, how to set them up, and then the stock racing. Okay, that's what I would concentrate on from the user guide, okay? User guide is excellent. I mean, it's completely up to date. Okay, there's some more questions coming in, so let me try to get to them. How to set up EMA alerts. Unfortunately, we do not have EMAs at all, as unbelievable as that sounds, okay? You can set up SMA alerts, but no EMA alerts. You can set up EMAs on your charts, okay? You can have EMAs on your charts, but we do not have EMA alerts. Okay, how to drag a floating window into a docked window. Okay, so I will show you how, but you should also go to the guide, okay? Because you may forget what I'm talking about. So again, on my home page, click here in the education section, okay? And click on the user guide. And then where it says docking, docking, okay? So that's your reference. That is your reference. Number one. Are you a subscriber to Develop Bits? Because, and I'm going to get to your question about the docking in a second, but if you're a subscriber, all you have to do, I mean, this is what we have for SMA. You know, right click, configure, and I'm going to do a search on SMA. This is what we have. The 5 period, crossing the 8 period in 1 minute, etc. Okay. And then the change from the 200-day, 50-day and 20-day and 10-day and 8-day as an example. Okay. That's what we have for SMAs. Okay, so just go to an alert window. If you have one open, right click and configure and then search and just type in SMA. And that's what we have. If you wanted something else that's not here, unfortunately, we don't have it. Okay, floating. How to put a floating window into a dock window. So I'm assuming, so you have a docked window already up? Did I delete? Shoot, I think I deleted the room, the main room. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment. See if I can find it. Okay, just give me a moment. I accidentally clicked on the tab. Ah. Hey guys, sorry about that. I think I accidentally deleted the trading room tab. I think I did anyway, but everything should be back now. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem when you have a web-based version of something. You know, I was doing this and I accidentally clicked on the X, obviously. So anyway, we're back. Okay, so let me demonstrate. So here is an alert window, okay? An alert window. Here is let me duplicate a dock. I don't want to, because I don't want to put it in. So I'm going to duplicate a docked window. Okay, just give me a moment. Let me bring up a dock. Okay, so here's an old, I don't want this one. Just give me a moment. I just want to find one that's not as loaded. I'm just trying to show somebody how they can take a floating window and put it into a dock, okay? Okay, very simple dock. Okay, so if I want to put this in here, okay, I want to put this in here. So all I do is I right click and duplicate into, and I've given it a name, dock Momo up and down. Okay, so now it's in here. See, there's a tab right there. Now, I think what the problem, what you're finding is that now you want to see it though. You just don't want to see it as a tab. So you grab the header, okay, and now you move it wherever you want to. So if I want it below this one, then I put it below. If I grab it again, I want it, to the left, something, I mean, I'm just showing you how you can do it. You can place it wherever you want. I think what's happening is that you're not grabbing the actual title and you might be doing something like this. Okay. Well, even that's working now. Okay. But I think that's what you're doing. No, you can't drag it in. Well, if you give it a name, you should be duplicate, in my opinion anyway, that's all I've ever done. When you have it free floating and you've given your dock a name, you just duplicate it into that name, okay, into that dock window. And then once you do, it's there, and then you can start moving it around wherever you want it to be, okay? And that's what can happen. It's a little tricky. Docking is a little tricky. I don't go over it because it's sort of I guess, advanced, but got it? Great. I see what you're trying to do. You were dragging it in there and it wasn't sort of attaching itself into the dock. Yeah, I get it now. So the question is, does the race scan come with standard? Yes. Yes. The only thing that's not that you need a premium service for really is the AI. Okay. But our standard product is excellent. Brokerage Plus, the ability to simulate trades and all that is part of it. Okay, guys, just want to check to see if Andy is in fact in the room. Yes, he is. Okay, so when I take my break in about 15 minutes, Andy will be taking over in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there if you want to listen to Andy. Update notes. I think. Give me a moment, please. I don't want to delete that tab again. Um, Let me just do a check here. I think the notes are here. Yeah, right here. Please release notes for this. Okay. You just have to scroll down a little bit, and you'll see what the differences are. Now, very, very subtle. I think there was something going on with the single stock window. This brokerage plus window that you see here is part of our standard service, okay? The only reason you would need premium, and you'll notice I never talk about it, is if you wanted to do any auto trading, okay? So you'll notice I never talk about it. Just a minute, please, guys. Something's going on with my Bluetooth. Okay, just give me one moment, please. My music station is telling me I've got a problem with one channel, so. Okay. Looking at the TI website again, how do you get to them again? Oh, I see. Okay, so obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but go to the download, like click on download. So if you have my home page, just click on my home page link, scroll to the top, click on download, and then scroll a little bit further down. Here's the latest version, and where it says release notes for trade ideas. Okay, pro version, the version 5.6.4. Okay. So click on my home page, scroll to the top, click on download. Once you're there, you'll see this page. Keep scrolling down a little bit till you see the release notes. Well, it's hitting that 50 mark again, the GCT. Well, let me open a top list and let me see if so change from the open. So I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I can read what you're saying. So if I added the change in what, 2 minute, just for fun, I'll add it. Question is not sorting correctly, something like that. Change in 2 minutes, show the column, okay, okay. So what do you mean exactly? I mean, I mean, I can't tell exactly, but I mean, I'm just sorting, double left clicking on the change in 2 minutes. So this is my list. If I double left click on the change from the open, so I don't know what's happening on your end. When you say it's not sorting correctly, what do you mean by that exactly? Um, yeah, well, I'm watching here. I'm not seeing that happening on my end, you know? I mean, it's when you say it's randomly, I'm not seeing that on my end, so I'm not sure how I can help you. You might want to maybe go to tech support, other tech support. I'm just watching here, and it seems to be sorting correctly, and I've got the latest version, so yeah, I mean, I'm just watching here. I don't see that it's not working. Well, in mine though, I mean, GCT doesn't necessarily, this is the change from the open. It's possible that with mine, let me just expand the time or set the record count a little higher. Well, you're right on mine. I'm not seeing GCT, but I don't have an explanation for that. It is still sorting correctly. It's not jumping around, but why I'm not seeing GCT, I don't know. Oh, I know why. Yeah, it's because it's not, it's over, it's, my price range here is $50. Okay, that's my price range. The minute I changed it to $55, GCT's on the top. But that's my price range, okay, that I had here. So I don't know what to say, other than it's working for me. So all like, go to support, go to our homepage and, ask them the question. Because I certainly can't help because it is certainly not jumping around for me. I mean, I'm looking at these numbers and as I have them sorted anyway. So it's not like I'm seeing 14.7 above 18.2 or something like that. They appear to be sorting correctly for me. But you can always go to our homepage and ask the question. Start a discussion. I may ask you, to send the file to them, but I'm not sure what they're gonna see because again, if it's working for me and I'm on the latest version, it should be working for you. So could that have been the reason though? You had a price just like mine. You had a maximum of 5 minutes or $50. Yeah, sorry I couldn't help a little bit better, but yeah, it's difficult when if I can see it's not working for me, then I can say, okay, let's see what I can do. But if it's working for me but not for you, and we're basically using the same thing, it really becomes difficult. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in, and you should be in our room any moment now. Oops. Spell. There we go. Oh, no way to change the y-axis. Our charting program is, it's not like a full-blown charting program. Yeah, as far as wild candles are concerned, with you're talking about Google, I can't answer that. I don't know why that would happen. Or GOOGL. Yeah, 2000. That's weird. All right, guys. Yeah, I am watching GCT like mad to see if it really breaks through that 50 again. That's for me. Oops, just got halted, I think, on the way down, guys. Or maybe not. I'm seeing a little blue dot in IV that usually means a halt is imminent, but maybe not. Yeah, there it is. All right, guys, just waiting for Andy. Should be here any moment now. And then I'll take my break. There he is.
Barry,
Hello, Andy.
how you doing, buddy?
Not bad, not bad. Have you been looking at GCT and having some fun with it or not?
Oh yeah, no, I haven't been doing some other stuff today. I had to take care of some emails and things like that. Yeah, I
Oh,
cleared the
okay.
decks. I cleared the decks early this morning, and yeah, I'm not. Maybe I'll look for something later on, or maybe even during this webinar. But Barry, but
Okay, I know you guys are pretty busy doing the other, as you say, emails and support, etc. So it's hard.
yeah, exactly. That's why I'm more of a swing trader. Although there's been I've traded a few for sure recently when I had time, but uh, don't get to have the fun you do.
Oh, it's fun.
All right,
All
let me
right,
share my
Andy, I'll leave
screen.
you.
All right, buddy. And
Now,
no
now,
hurry.
do you
Just
have to leave earlier, or you're good? You're
no,
good till one
I'm good to
o'clock.
go, man. I'm good to 1 o'clock, man. So take your time.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right, Barry. Take care,
Bye
buddy.
bye.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Jim. Happy Friday. Happy Friday for some. Maybe some happy Friday for some bears. Uh, but welcome, everybody. Welcome to the support session. My name is Andy. If it's your first time in here, I'll be walking you through the next hour. If you do have any questions about the software, this is the place to come. Any configurations that you're working on or something, races that you're stumbling through, yeah, just hit me up. Uh, it does seem like by the time Friday rolls around, most of the questions have been answered. And we'll just pull this over here and take a look at some races and things like that. Test drive is going really good. We got a great turnout. I think a lot of people wanted to come see the races. So yes, it's been a successful test drive. Uh, hey Rajiv, happy Friday, buddy. Uh, but what's Kurt kind of poking his head up? Yeah, you got to be careful, especially when you get into like this bearish tape that we're in today. You don't want to be on the wrong side of some of those floaters. I noticed that ICPT had an ugly move today. I mean, they can be fun. Is that or is it I yeah, look at that. You know. So, when it turns when they turn, get out quick because they can get really nasty. It's only a $3 drop right there. But I'm not the kind of guy that I mean, this is a huge move. I mean, it's gone from $12, almost $10 higher. I'm not one to chase on a day after these several days of moves because this day is just coming at any point. Good morning, William. Monkeypox stock. Let's see. Let's take a look. I've been watching Siga. As a matter of fact, I have an alert down here. It looks like it to me. It may want to come down here and touch this 20 period moving average. That's why I have, as a matter of fact, I may have to raise it up a little bit just in case it doesn't get it till early next week. Because a lot of these stocks will exhibit the kind of the same behavior. And if you look back over here, of course, this was a big downdraft day, but you can see that 20 period held pretty good. 20 period's been pretty much holding, except for this day it did close below, but that's the only day. It's through the 10. So for me, yeah, here's when I look at charts like this, I'm looking for obviously support. You do have a little support over here, but nothing kind of. I'd rather have a nice consolidation. You got a lot of wicks down here, that for me the support is not that strong. So I'll be looking maybe see what it does if it does come down here and hit the 20 on that Siga. But you can always, if you're a momentum player, stick. You got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row without a bar reversal, so you could always stick one up here. That's what I kind of do a lot of times. I'll just bracket it, and I'll stick one right up there at the close to the highs of this day, and just kind of bracket it and see. And that way, don't stare at them. If you stare at them, you'll get caught in a lot of noise because it's kind of in no man's land right now. And you'll see action like you're seeing right now that'll get you excited that it's going to go to highs. And so I try not to. It's okay to anticipate if you're at a certain level, but if you're not at a certain level and you're in no man's land, anticipating can be very dangerous. Let's see, take a look at another one. It's TT00. I'm not that familiar with that one. And I see why. It's a dirt cheap one. And I guess you got TNXP. Really hadn't been doing anything lately. Yeah, it's no man's land. GovX. Yeah, that's ugly. You may want to stick an alert down here to see if it catches the 50. But yeah, that's you got to be careful when these patterns break because they can kind of go into a death march. And what about that GWV that had a run the other day? Isn't that a monkeypox as well? But let's see. Do I have that wrong? I thought it was, what was that symbol that popped the other day? Had a really good move 2 days ago. I guess I just can't remember the symbol. No, it's not GOV. Oh, thank you, Mike. BWV. What's that doing? Yeah, still just bleeding. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, when they break a lot of these times, I mean, these are best playing the momentum to the upside because it's too hard to guess where they're going to bounce. It's like that NVTA. I was watching it. You can see I had an alert right here, and it got like a few cents from it, and I pulled it up later, and then it had a nice little bounce. So when they do get to critical levels after a big sell off, a lot of times you can get a little bounce on this. Maybe one to watch in the coming days. If it sits right here and then does a bar reversal, maybe stick one near the high. That's what I'll do a lot of times. Stick one near the high of the previous day, because a lot of times what'll happen is you'll have the shorts that have been shorting this thing, and then of course when you get a bar reversal, that's their signal to get out. So not only will you have new buyers coming in, you'll have shorts rushing to cover. So a lot of times on these patterns, I'm not going to say you're going to get a move like this, but you can get a nice move up to five pretty easy. VLCN. Ooh, that's actually setting up pretty good there. Look at it. See that we always talk about that 15 period moving average. I'm sorry, 10 period moving average on a 15-minute chart. That's actually not good, not bad. And look at that relative volume. So that's what you want to see is setting up a potential, horseshoe being this right here and going back to highs. Okay. The next thing, what do we want to do is you hear Barry say it all the time. Let's look left and see if there's anything to stop it from going to further. Okay. You can see right here, it poked right through these highs and then it backed off. And now if it goes back through highs, there's a real good chance. Wow. There's really nothing to stop this thing from going another buck or two. If you can't make the daily out, you can always go to a new time frame. I do this all the time. Go to a weekly, and you can see here on the weekly, the high is 257 there. So that's kind of what even though it popped through three, and then you got 310. That's the level it hit. So you can see here on the weekly that if it does get through, highs today, man, there's a chance this thing could run. Like I said, it could double, and you have the volume to do it. So, and the float is pretty low. So those are all things you can look at. Now, you got to be careful anticipating. I'm not one to like to chase highs, but I do anticipate a lot. But this is not a uh, this is not something I'd want to jump in right now. But boy, if it gets back above maybe this high right here, just go ahead and set on alert. That will be close to three. So that would be some of the things I'm looking at in a pattern like that. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to go. Okay. First, it really needs to go back to highs because even though it poked barely through, it wasn't a sustainable move. So you got that number at 310. Like I said, it poked through by a few cents, but that does not really qualify for a breakout. You want a sustainable move, not just something that just whoops, whoops. But third time could be a charm. Uh, Teddy, that's has a lot of potential. And look at the volume there on the weekly. So yeah, that'd be something I'm definitely interested in. Don't really have a short float to deal with according to our numbers, 4.7. You're welcome. You're welcome. But like I said, you know, be careful anticipating because right now it's really slopping around in no man's land. You want to see some sort of move potentially above this. You got about a 2 hour range here where it really just kind of been slopping around. Now, what you could do on these pullbacks, you see it's holding this 10 period moving average every time it comes down. Now, what I will do sometimes is maybe buy a little small position just to have it on my blotter, something that's not going to hurt me. Maybe if I'm looking to buy, you know, 2,000 shares, maybe I'll buy 500, right now, and just kind of just have it on my blotter. And then I'm just using hypothetical. I don't know that I'd want to buy 2,000, maybe only 1,000, maybe 5,000, depending on the conviction. But today, for me, mostly being a swing trader, it's been a really nice run. I did give a chunk back today, just on positions that I held over. You know how it is when you're holding some of these stocks that are volatile. The market will be down 1.5%, and your stock will be down 10%. That's the way it works sometimes. So I did give back a little chunk today, but that's okay. Like I said, it's been a great month, 6 weeks, whatever. So now I'm pretty much on the sideline. Clear the decks, we call it. What's the news? What was the news on this one? Huh? There's some pretty big pre-orders there, huh? Sells out the entire 2003 forecast. They better get to working and get that assembly line going again. Okay, obviously this is not a telling anybody to buy, but I did do what I said I did. I bought a quarter position in that at 285. Just telling you what I'm doing. I'm not uh I'm not a registered advisor. I'm a stockbroker, okay? Just by nibbling on a little bit just in case it wants to go. Rajiv, I will look at fundamentals. I think I've mentioned this in the past. Some of the fundamentals I really like to look at, and you can see them in my. They're going to be at the top of my single stock window. I like to look at cash compared to their debt. I'm always skeptical when I see a little bit of cash. Let's say you see 2 million in cash. You look down here and they got 100 million in debt. Um, uh, Quarterly growth, that's always something I keep an eye on, especially on the momentum plays. Got good quarterly growth. I prefer to see them making money, but that won't keep me from trading it by any means because a lot of this stuff obviously is backwards looking. So I don't get too much into the fundamentals. Uh, uh, Obviously, looking at this company, they only do 4 million in revenue, so I'll look at that one. So obviously, this is a spec play by and looking at this ugly chart. Uh, but technicals trump everything, okay? And you got to think about it. You got a market now. I know this is a little pissant, I call them. You have a market that's very ugly today, selling off, and this one gapped up and it caught its. So there's a lot of positives here. Now, I this is definitely one that if it goes to lows, I'll be out of it. Um, but as far as the fundamentals, yeah, I won't look at a product line or anything like that. And technicals trump everything. There's no doubt about it. But uh, especially you got to remember, I'm more of a swing trader, so yeah, I'm constantly looking at some of those things I just told you about. And I will look at short float, obviously. Float and short float are some key fundamentals that I like to see. You're welcome, Rajiv. LTRY. Yeah, I think I saw that on the. Let's see, where is that? Had a run the other day, didn't it? Yeah, had a little move there. No, it didn't. I was thinking of something else. I thought it had a run. Maybe I was thinking back over here on this day. Uh, it is. Well, it's a little penny stock leaving the station. Let me pull up. I take that back. I do have a little bit of Netflix left, but I've been in this one from 226. I do have some sold that I scalped half yesterday and still liking the this chart setting up. And what was the one I just bought? Got to put it on my blotter here. Oh, there's your little LTR or Y coming through. Better put an alert in this one just in case. I want to know if it does go to low so I can get out. Bobby went to highs. Don't know if it's going to have anything. Bobby McGee. Teddy, back in the day, yeah, when I started, back in 98, I'm definitely old school. Uh, yeah, level two was big because we were one of the kind of the first SOS bandits, so uh, we got level two, and yeah, there was a lot of inefficiencies back in the day. Don't want to say trading was easier, back then, but we definitely had the upper hand. We were the fast ones. Yeah. Yep, Steve's right. When the ECNs first came on level two, they were powerful. God, it makes me mad about that MVTA. I hate when I do that. It happens all the time. I'll set an alert right above a moving average, and it'll come within a couple of cents from me, and then I'll miss that move because I would have tried that on that bar reversal right there. Do, 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 boom. This giggle may at one time do it, but I don't know. That just had a just kind of a quick up and down. I don't like when it's that quick. But yeah, I'm really liking the way this VLCN is shaping up. We'll see if it has any more. Of course, the volume, even though it's showing in 1 minute and 5 minute very strong, obviously that is not compared to the previous bar. It's compared to several days. So you can just look at here in the uh, chart, and see the volume. I want to like to see it go pretty quick. The relative strength is getting kind of active on these little piss ants. There's one. You got some more volume coming in. C wave. Did I just show that? Not sure what you mean. Is that a signal? Or are you talking about C wave, Rajiv? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. There's a MBTA alert. Already going through. Dang it. Yeah, Teddy, when it comes to handling your emotions, you just gotta it's a tricky one. Uh, but one thing that will always help you with emotions is share size. Okay? Typically, if you're getting emotional about a trade, you got too much share size. Okay? So what you do is Jesse Livermore had a great answer to this question, and they say somebody asked him what is he basically the same question you're asking me. What do you do if you can't sleep? If you got too many too many shares and you can't sleep at night. He goes, well, I sell enough shares until I can sleep at night. So, and that's basically as simple as that. You especially if you're a new trader, you want to cut back and just trade. A share size that will not get you emotional. Now, as you become better and better, obviously that share size will get bigger and bigger because you'll be hopefully more successful, and you're able to trust your judgment and the technicals. And if you draw a line on every trade that you make, if you know what your risk is, and then trade enough size to where you know you can leave it in there to that level and not get emotional, and cut it, then that's that's the key. That's the key. Don't start second guessing. It was like this VLCN. I know if this thing goes to lows, that I'm out. Okay. So it's only going to be about a 20-cent loser. I know the share size that I traded is not going to hurt me. I like the setup. Uh, I'm trusting the chart and uh, the relative strength in this stock. But if I'm wrong, which I very well could be, I'll be out and it won't be painful. That's why I only did about a quarter of a size. Now, if I'm right and it goes up there and it gets near three, I'll be adding. Okay. Now, obviously, when I add, my stop is going to be raised. Okay, because I'm anticipating that this is going to go to highs. So let's say, for example, it gets up to $3 and I add. Okay, so now maybe I'm only in half a position at that point. So maybe I'll raise this stop up to the lower end of all these tails here, maybe to around 273 or something like that. And then if I see volume coming in, it's getting close to highs, wham, I get a full size. Now I am committed. It's this thing should go to highs. And if it doesn't, I will probably, drop out below, maybe 280. So I'll raise it up to 280. And you know what? A lot of times, if it does that and doesn't go through, like I said, there's a lot. If you've been trading long enough, you know what a pattern should do. And I say this all the time: if a stock doesn't do what I anticipated for it to do, I will, you know, I'll get out pretty quick. You can always get back in, but this is a pattern that if it does go back to highs, should follow through. It's a nice looking pattern there too. So I don't like trading new issues. I talk about being able to trade technicals. Now, yeah, you have some technicals on the intraday, but I like to see something on the daily, man. I like to see a few bars. I know Barry will trade these all the time, and that's fine. Uh, but for me, I like to see a few more bars on the daily. Drop this down a little bit just so I can anticipate a little more. Too tight. Okay, I did add some more. So I got about half size now, and this added some at 293. So we'll see. Let's see, Andy, does your composite rating score put much emphasis on the moving averages being stacked? Uh, it not so much stacked, but uh, they definitely. But what I, yeah, good question. No, not so much stacked because the emphasis really. I mean, if they're stacked and especially if they're like spreading out like that, there's a uh the stock is going to be obviously very strong. Okay, especially if you got that spraying pattern where one's way above another one on the daily. Kind of like this VLCN right here. Of course, it's all from the day, but you got that pattern like that. It really doesn't. But I do have some. I definitely have some other stuff in there that would may kind of cause them to be spread out like that and stacked. That would be position in 10-day range, position in 20-day range, uh, and definitely they have to be above certain moving averages to you're going to get points for being above the 10, 20, 50. But I use a lot of position and ranges that would kind of do that, would kind of create that kind of spreading out pattern. Yeah, so right now my average on this thing is pretty much right where it is now, 288, where it's showing. I bought this one late, but given that I bought some at 285 and 293, so right around there. So I'm still very comfortable with the lows being my stop on this one. Now, like I said, if it get above 3 and kind of hold up there, obviously looking at this chart, it's having a hard time staying above 3. So that'll be the next key before I get crazy with it. No, not me. It depends on the pattern, Rajiv. That's a really good question. How many candles would you wait before buying a stock? For me, uh, bar reversals. Wait, put this up so it won't crash on me. Uh, for example, it depends on the pattern. Like this MBTA, I know that it was getting close to a very significant support level after this huge move. Okay, sellers have been in control, and unfortunately, my alert been set higher and it had gone off, I would be buying that reversal right there pretty quick. Okay, uh, because you know it's kind of like stretching that rubber band. You've been stretching that rubber band so much that when it bounces back, it's going to bounce back pretty hard. Uh, and not only that, I don't like to chase uh, on the intraday. I'm usually looking for those setups that and want to be the guy, the early one getting in, not chase 3 bars higher. Uh, but some people are different. They want a confirmation that there's strength in buying, so they may want to see a few bars. But a lot of times, I may be only buying half size when I buy it early like that. So maybe in this situation, had I seen that, maybe I'd bought half size, maybe around 340, 345, and then watched it as it got above this 10 period moving average and then held it and then went again. Then maybe I add. Uh, Teddy says, do you anticipate a quick stop run on plays like this? Um, I'm not sure what you mean by quick stop run. Now, what I'll do is, like I said, I'm looking at the daily pattern. And like I just showed you there on this weekly. Now, trust me, if I anticipate and got pretty, decent size and then it goes through, I'm usually quick to take half off pretty quick. Uh, and sometimes, you know, probably my biggest issue is taking profits too early. Uh, but I just feel comfortable with my first half, taking profits early. And then, because usually I got pretty good size when I'm anticipating like this. And so I know if I can ring that bell quick on half of it, what it's going to do, it's going to relax me and I won't even have to watch it. I could take it off my screen and move on to something else, put a price alert in there. If it comes down, maybe I consider getting out of that second half. But once again, I can't emphasize enough, guys, how important it is to look at these dailies because a lot of them, they have a tendency to go fulfill their destiny, is what I call it. And and it's not accidental, okay? Because you got to remember, you have a lot of algos trading in these markets, and that's what they're looking at. They're looking at these chart patterns and where the next level of resistance in, where is the next high. And you can see there, if this thing does, get back above this 310 level and is doing it with volume, there's really nothing here, until this, around $7 range. So I'm not saying it's going to go there, and I don't even know if it's going to go through highs. But I will say this: there's a much bigger chance if it goes through on volume to eventually hitting $7 than it is for it to reversing and going back to lows. I shouldn't really say that with these little piss hands because they can be scary. But uh, given the personality of normal stocks, they have a tendency, especially when you have this kind of volume, to fulfill their destiny and go to that next, the next high. Now, this is a weekly chart. I should probably look at a daily and kind of just zoom in. Okay, there we are. There's what we're talking about. So this is even the daily, four on the daily, maybe, 440 range. Okay, so another buck and a half uh, would be your next high. And then, of course, you got $5 range as a key level. So, yeah, I was looking at the daily, but you can see what I'm talking about, guys. It's all about looking left and seeing where, your next level of support and resistance is. I'd love to see this, play out before I get off, but I don't know. It is Friday. Friday and a lot of things. There's your LTRY going higher there, Mikey. That's a nice looking chart there in rhythm. If I'm not mistaken, that rhythm has pretty, yeah, it's over 20% short float. Okay, Jamie, as a new trader, I seem to have an uncanny ability to correctly predict trades on stocks I don't get in. Yeah, only to get screwed on stocks that, yeah, Jamie, that, you know what, it comes, with practice. And trust me, a lot of people are like that. It's hard, especially if you're trading momentum. This is why you can't it's so difficult to create an algo to predict, momentum trades, because there's so many head fakes. There's so many, yeah, that's the best way to explain it. You get these head fakes that just stocks just shoot up for no reason, and it's hard to know which ones are going to, continue and which ones are not. Just like it's like all the signs are lining up in this VLCN, and but a good chance it won't work. Just the way it goes. Uh, I mean, like Mike was talking about this LTRY. I mean, to me, uh, there's just a lot of issues that would probably keep me out of this trade. It's working, but for me, it's in a horrible downtrend, and it really didn't clear any of this level till around 50. But hey, the volume was there, and for whatever reason, it's working. Market 100%. No, no, trust. It happens to everybody. Don't get me wrong. The key is don't get frustrated. You know, uh, Set your risk parameters. Get out when you're wrong. Eventually, you're gonna catch those ones that do work. And once again, uh, I can't tell you how important it is to focus on those daily patterns. It's like Vips today, this is just there's nothing, intriguing really about that pattern when it opened up, but for whatever reason, this thing is just from the open has had a very strong move. You're welcome, David. Oh, wait just a minute. I'm going to answer that in just a minute. Just let me get ready here in case I have to get crazy long on this thing. Barry's, if he's listening to me, he's going to kill me for sitting here calling out my trades. But hey, they did come with a warning. I think it's one of the best things. I mean, I understand why he does it, and that's wise of him not to. But I think he does probably give you enough hints to where you would have an idea that if he's in it or not. Barry's lurking. Oh yeah, Barry's always lurking. From the low float race, I that's something new, but that just kind of dropped in there. I probably will eventually because I think it's wise to have that in there. Is for the especially the new traders who come in and they're accustomed to trading maybe Apple and Tesla, and in the grand scheme of things, they're really not moving a whole lot. So what we want to show you is, hey, look at all this action that's happening, elsewhere. For me, I don't need that. I know that. I don't. Yeah, I trade Tesla all the time, but I'm a swing trader, and I haven't traded Apple in a while, but yeah, for some reason, yeah, it's just one of those ones. I just don't like trading it, but Tesla definitely. Okay, what question was I at now? Somebody had just asked. Oh, position and range. Okay, great question. Position and range. Let's say position in 10-day range. Okay, there's that BLC, and every time I get ready to talk, this wants to go. These this production version is not marrying up to me. It's slow or something on my. The quotes aren't working. Gotta let them know about that. Now, I really want to see some increased volume if it does try to go through. Okay, let's get back to position and range. So position and range. Think about it this way. Who was that? Rajiv. Uh, the lower end of any range is 0%, and the upper end of any range is 100%. Okay, so let me give you an example with the price. Let's say a stock is traded between $9 and $10 over the last 10 days. Okay. Uh, switch to old primary, Andy. Am I not on primary? Yeah, I'm on primary for bid and ask. I'm not sure. Are you talking about connection type, Steve? Should I not? Should I be on something else? Try new primary then. Are you talking about it? I still got bid and ask zero on this thing. I'm on the production version, Steve. This is probably the. Are you guys getting the same thing out there? Do you have a bid on VLCN when you pull it up? Well, probably gonna miss my ad, but that's okay. I got decent side. I can always buy a pullback.
Gotta pop in here. I'm in VLCN. Okay, I gotta pop in here. I mean, you've been talking about it. I'm sorry
No,
to
no,
startle you or something, but
no.
yeah, I mean, we've been watching that all bloody, excuse me,
Yeah,
morning,
sure.
and how it went through three, came back down through three, up through three,
Oh yeah.
and now maybe this is the
Yes.
time it's going to soar
I hope
because
so. Yes.
yeah, I mean, if I
Uh,
don't know if you looked at the, I know you don't like looking at news and all, but I mean,
I
yeah,
did.
pretty
I did.
impressive press release,
I thought so.
for
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
Yeah, yeah, that was I'm glad somebody brought it up in here because well, now we're seeing it on the relative strength, but I always like to, kind of stalk them and catch them early. But
Hmm.
yeah,
So I'm in around
but
306, 307,
there you go.
and if it gets back down there, I'm out again. But just, I mean, again, the press release, eye catching.
I
I'm
thought so.
surprised it didn't keep moving, and it was chopping around. As you say, you've got a low float,
Uh-huh.
tons of volume, and lots of room. Yeah, when you
Yeah,
look left, lots of room.
lot of good things to say about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, on the daily pattern, yeah, this thing could go to, what, 450 easy, and then really
Hmm.
that's not strong resistance. I mean, who knows? This thing could, somehow make it up here to 650 would be nice.
It'd be awfully nice. So, are you looking to actually swing this, or
No, no, I probably won't. Now I may, a few shares.
right?
I may hold on to a few shares depending on how it closes, but uh no, but I did. Like I said, I'm sure the guy was in your room and somebody brought it up in here, and I'm sure glad they did. Yeah,
Yeah, well, if you listen to me all day, Andy, you'd hear us talk about
I know,
VLC.
I know, I
Of course, I'm
know.
kidding. Of course, you can't do that. But
I know.
wow, you know what? I mean, if this can just get into the 20s and 30s,
Oh
wow. I
yeah,
mean, this could really,
it
really
could,
start to move.
it could. And I like
Really
that
start to
we're
move.
starting to see the increasing volume bars as it goes
Yep,
through these levels. That's always nice. Yep.
exactly. So it actually got up to 333. I see that. Okay. Well, hopefully that's an attraction for more traders. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm sorry to hijack the room.
No, no, no. I mean, if you still have something to do, you want to step away, or are you
No, no,
okay?
I'm good. I've been stalking you just like you said.
Oh, okay.
Some people.
Yeah, I was. Did you hear me say, "Man, Barry will probably kill me if he knows I'm calling out my trades in here." But I do have I send them out with a warning. That hey, this is not.
Right. But you're absolutely right. What I do is that I'll never say, okay, guys,
Right.
take this trade right now at 308 with a stop at 350, et cetera, et cetera. But I
Exactly.
keep saying, hey, guys, if it holds three, if it does this, I'm very interested. If it meets your trading plan, go for it. If it doesn't, then,
There
abandon
you
it.
go. There you go.
And because I'm not you know what, Andy, I'm not an investment advisor. I don't know if you
That's
knew
right.
that, but I'm not
Uh,
one.
that's right. None of us are. Jamie and myself used to have a license, but no longer. So,
Oh, really? Okay.
oh,
Oh, back
this
in
is
the old days.
back in the way old days. I went to work for
Yeah.
Edward Jones for about 3 months, and I was saying, you know what? I don't want to do this. I don't want to sit here and prospect. I want to trade.
Yeah, yeah. Edward Jones. Wow.
Yeah.
That's are they still around?
Hmm. Oh, they're big in the states. They
Okay.
got
I
yeah.
think
They got.
I
I was just gonna
think
say
we
they
have
have
some
a.
branches in Canada, but
I'm
I
sure you.
certainly
I'm
know
sure
of
you
them.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I actually was going to be a broker too. I was going to work
Oh, really?
for yeah, for well, an offshoot of Merrill Lynch up in Canada.
Oh,
But I, you know what? I just, yeah, you're just like yourself. I wanted to trade on my own. I didn't want to babysit people. So,
exactly.
you know, and I just didn't want to do that. Didn't want to get into the cold calling and all that stuff. So,
Uh-huh. Yep.
man, oh man.
It's brutal
So
at first. And yeah,
oh, I bet.
Edward Jones, you knock doors, dude. Yeah.
Literally?
Yeah,
Like
because
literally?
you have your own. It's not like what I do like about it, you don't go to some big giant office building. Each broker has their own little office, and you'll put you in these little towns or little, cities, whatever. But you'll have your
Right.
community, man. Yeah, and you're supposed to get out, and rub elbows, and knock on doors. And I did that for for a couple of months. I'm like, no, I'm gonna try.
As we'll be selling Fuller brushes. I mean,
Yeah, there you go.
Avon. Oh man, okay, I'm just watching this. Come on, break out into the 320s. I think if it breaks into the 320s, we might have a bit of a
Hmm.
winner, a bigger
Yeah.
winner on our hands here.
Well, this is what you like to see. You don't want to see like you saw previously where you had the little topping wicks coming down. Now you got a kind of a sustained move above this three. That body
Yeah.
is kind of staying green. Yeah, so should hopefully have some follow through here.
But as you know, Andy, just because we want it to work doesn't mean it's going
That's
to. And that's
true.
why we always have to have a stop. Everybody
Absolutely.
who's listening,
Absolutely.
have a stop.
Yeah. And at this point, mine was at lows, and now I'd probably would, lift mine up probably closer to, maybe I really don't want to see it break this moving average now. And there's your 20s.
They're my 20s, yes.
Mhm.
Exciting, exciting. I
Yeah.
love being in these sort of things. Just watching. Come on, get into the 25s and the 30s and then the hundreds. Why not? Let's go to hundreds.
Oh,
Oh
hey, we've
man.
seen it before.
Yes. Well, that's that crazy GTC. I mean, so that's why I always put those crazy low float IPOs in for you guys in the Slack tab because you just never know what
Hmm.
happened. I mean, this GTC was I think 2 million shares or something. The only thing it was relatively expensive, like $12. I mean, relative to most of the ones I've seen. But look what it did today. I mean, just insane action.
What symbol are
Insane
you
action.
saying? GTZ?
No, a GCT, GCT.
Okay.
So it was an IPO yesterday,
Okay.
okay,
Yeah. Gosh.
and very low number of shares. I think about 3 million shares, and potential at around
Oh man.
12.50. Okay, so close at 15, and then today, of course, it exploded.
Wow.
So the one that I mentioned today, a couple I mentioned, and I don't think it's going to open now till Wednesday, but just keep an eye on that. STBX, okay, STB xylophone, because again, 5 million shares between 4 and 5. Why I like it is because it's Malaysia, so it's outside of the US, so you never know what could happen.
Starbucks Group. Okay, they're not open yet.
No, yeah, it's not
Okay.
open, and it's not supposed to open now till Wednesday. It was
Oh, okay. Okay.
tentatively today, but I'm looking at the calendar, it says now Wednesday. But I
Okay.
mean, those are the crazy ones, the absolute crazy
Okay.
ones, and
Okay.
not for
I'll keep
everybody,
an eye
not
on
for
that.
new traders, but they're like we're drawn like moth to a flame. I mean, it's pretty hard not to take your eyes off them.
Exactly.
Oh man. Well, Andrew, if you want to take off
All right.
now, you can. It's now
All
just
right,
about one
Barry.
o'clock. So have a great weekend.
Hey, man, you do the same. You do the
I
same, and
will.
we'll talk to you on Monday.
You betcha. Okay,
All
Andy.
right. Take care, buddy.
I'll get my stream going, guys.
Okay.
All right. So I am back in the rooms, guys. So let me just get my music going. Okay, guys, I'm back in the room. In the YouTube room, talking about I am in this ADVN trade. I'm sorry, VLCN trade. TVN. Talked about it in the YouTube room with Andy in around 305, 306, and just hoping that it can really break out through 320. It hit a high of 333. So we'll see what happens. And where is my music? Just give me a moment. Here we go. Oof. Okay, guys. How do you see a chart for the VIX? I'm not sure, SS. I'm not absolutely sure. I know if you type in VIX, somebody might know. I don't know if we have that chart. I think it's been asked before. I know if you type in VIX, it's not going to show up. I don't know if it's VXX or dollar VXX. I see VXX, but I don't know if, again, that's not exactly what you're looking for. If somebody knows, I think we've had that question before. And my answer is, I think it was that we do not have the VIX. But I may be wrong, so I've do a little crowdsourcing. I've put the question out to both rooms. Somebody may know. How do you get a horizontal? How do you get the horizontal lines in the rate? Are you talking about these horizontal lines? Well, I didn't even know this, but I guess the red line means something has just been added. It's coming up. There's nothing you can do about it. It just happens. Well, I know what it is. I know what the VIX is, but I don't know if we have the symbol for it. It's actually covered in the races, I think. I think Pepe found it. What the green and what the yellow and what the red means. Okay, so if you go to, yeah. So again, SS. I don't know if we have the VIX as you're calling it. I don't think we do. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. They just come and go. You're right. It's not like an option. And it was covered. I think if something is, you know what? Why don't we just go to the guide? Pepe said it's in the guide. Go to the guide, okay? You go to the guide and you can tell us. Okay. Let me give you the guide here. We click on the guide and then go to the education section and then click on the guide. And I think it's in here somewhere what the lines might mean. Okay. Maybe if you read through it, because I think Pepe found it yesterday. I didn't even, you know what? I haven't even really noticed them. To be honest, I haven't really noticed them at all until yesterday when somebody asked, what are they? I think it's replacing cars and anyway, it should be in there somewhere, okay? But there's not an option to have them or not have them. That is not. Okay, there you go. So Pepe is. The education videos are probably not too outdated though, because Stephanie is really good at keeping them up to date. All right, guys, I'm out of the VLCN. Minor profit. Just is a, excuse me, a stinky trader. Minor profit on it. It just doesn't want to really get out of its way. And why I'm out of it, I had a few shares, okay? I know we don't talk about share size, but this time I kind of loaded up a bit, so hoping for a big move. So minor profit on it. So there you go, a yellow line below the stock name means the stock has been newly added to the race. A red line below a stock means it's moved down, and a green line moved up. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Red line it's moved down, green line it's moved up. Okay. Ugly. Boy, that's an ugly trader, guys. That is an ugly, ugly, ugly trader at VLCN. It, all right, GCT is getting frisky again, guys. But you know what? This is a classic example, guys, of, I could check every single box, for all the reasons why I would take this trade. Obviously, huge volume, huge relative volume, lots of room when you look left, so all those, the price range I like, so I could check plus, it had the additional, it had the bonus of what looks like really good news. So I could check every single box and this still didn't work. And that's why you got to have a stop. I don't know, Ethan. I mean, it may make sense. I don't do that. I like to have a top 10 list at the end of the day that runs from 9:30 to 4. So that's what I like to do. Okay. I don't know if it makes sense to. I mean, you won't see anything, and I mean, you might see the same stocks. It's not like you'll get different stocks because it's always running from the same top list. But you can try it. I mean, there's no right or wrong way, to use this to use the race concept. But personally, for me, I like the race to run all day long. So I get this top 10 list based on, well, I guess 97 races. But, it's up to you. Yeah, that is just miserable. Hmm. All right, guys. Today is a day in which, I haven't had a lot of follow through in most of the things that I've looked at, either from the races or the odd scan that I still have. Not a lot, not on the stuff that I look at. Okay. I'm not saying there's been no follow through for it, for anything, but just not tremendous follow through. Not like remember drug yesterday? I mean, what a how good was that yesterday? When he had that big, 45 minutes straight up, little pause, another move up. Not seeing too many like that today. Not saying there's nothing like that, but just not seeing too many like that. I mean, to me, the VLCN, that should have been, once it took out that three again and it got up to that 330 level, to me, that should have been flying. But you can't create your own strategy in the Holly AI, okay? You can create your own strategy, but it's nothing to do with the AI. And well, you can create your own strategy though, but the AI has their own strategy. So, well, you have to start off with, well, okay, you have to have a plan. I mean, you have to start off with an alert window, okay? And then you have to create, I mean, when you say a strategy, you have to create an alert window with maybe a minimum price range and a volume and all that. And then, I can't, then you have to figure out what you're trying to look for. I can't tell you that. I wouldn't do that though. I would just look at the races. Okay, that's as good a strategy as I can give you. Just watch the races. But I'm not trying to be light with it. But I mean, when people create their own strategies, it's because they might say, well, you know what, I'm really interested in the opening 15-minute range break. I like to see how well that would work. Okay, so they'll put a price range, they'll put volume, maybe some relative volume, and some other things, and then you run your alert window and see what sort of alerts you get. Okay, but creating your own strategy and then backtesting it is very time consuming. Well, there's Pepe coming in with his 10 cents. But you always start off with an alert window. Now, if you're talking about creating a strategy and putting it in here, that's different. But you always start off with an alert window. Can I say this is a strategy, my 10-day daily breakdown? Not really. It's just an alert. It's giving me ideas. Okay. The idea of creating a strategy, though, is creating an alert window and then going through the backtesting procedure to see how well it works. Okay, which I don't do at all. Very time consuming. So for instance, I could say, okay, here's this 10-day daily breakdown. If I took every trade over the last 63 trading days, every single trade, every time I had an alert, how well would it have done? Now that's basically backtesting. And you check to see what your equity curve would have looked like. And if it looks maybe reasonable, then you have to start, but I don't backtest. Then you have to start playing around with filters and filter values. But if you're interested, now that is a premium service. But if you're new to all this, I'll be honest. I'll bet you if that 1% of our customers go through backtesting. But if you click on, go to my homepage and click on the education section, and then the guide and backtesting. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Backtesting, okay? And so you can look in the guide about what backtesting is all about. But again, I warn you, I don't know how much time you've got to do all this, but because you can create a strategy, create an idea, backtest it, and it looks pretty good, maybe as a strategy. Okay? And you start running it for a couple of days, a week, and then all of a sudden, the alerts you're getting from it look terrible. So that means you got to go back to the drawing board, start adjusting and going through what's called an optimization procedure, maybe taking a filter out. That's basically what the AI does automatically. But so I'm not trying to dissuade you, but I don't know, but that is I'm going to talk to Andy. Hopefully, Andy, you got out. Okay, so Jamie, yeah, just wait for the test drive to be over. You'll have a discount code once it's over. Okay. If you want this, you're not going to get a better one than 30%. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, yeah, you can do it. And the test version, I mean, you'll just be put into a when typically when the test drive is over, it's over, and then you don't have to do anything. You won't have the pro. But if you download the pro, if you sign up, then you'll just have the program. But that's not a strategy, Anil. Okay, I mean that's just you'll get alerts. So if you're just looking to create an alert window, okay, if that's what you're calling a strategy, I call it an idea. So this may be just semantics. Like this, the 10-day daily breakout, 10-day, these are ideas. It doesn't mean that I will take every trade. It's not back tested. I don't care. I just want the ideas. So what you're saying though is it's simple to do. But you should go to I don't know if you've already taken the let's get started, but at the very least, go to the guide again. Go to the guide again. Education, go to the guide again. And where it says alert windows, read up on what it says about alert windows. That shows you, how you can do exactly what you're trying to do. But that is not a strategy, okay? But again, this might be just semantics. If you're just looking for stocks or a top list window, okay, you should know the differences. If you're just looking for stocks that meet those requirements, well, the sale is over this weekend, Jamie, but there'll be another one. I don't know what the percentage is going to be, once the test drive is fully over. I mean, that's why this sale or the promo code says early test, okay? So I guess if you want to ensure getting 30%, and you're pretty convinced that you want to take the program, then you can do it now. Okay? Because I don't know what the promo is going to be once the test drive is over. It may only be 25%. I don't know. So bottom line, if a person's mind is already made up, you're in the test drive and you want to take the program, well, to ensure you get 30%, you should do it now. Because I don't know what the promo is going to be once the test drive is over. Typically they've been 25%. So I'm not trying to be a used car salesman and say, buy it now, but that's the reality though, that because I just don't know what the promo code is going to be. Yeah, so Sunny, the main difference between standard and premium, yeah, it's the AI. Yeah, that's the main difference. It's the main reason why if anybody takes our premium service, it's usually because they want the AI. I mean, there are some other, subtle differences. I mean, if you're truly into back testing your own strategies and all, then you need our premium service. But again, I bet you 0.5% of our customers do that. The only other major difference is the number of charts you can have. You can have 10 charts in standard, 20 in premium. But if that's not, so if charting number of charts is not a big deal, then certainly there's no reason to get the premium service unless you need more charts. Oxy, you guys are talking about Oxy. All right, so there's your news. Trading higher following reports suggesting. So Mr. Buffett is looking to up to a 50% stake. Okay, so Sunny, if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. And when you do, there's the promo code, early drive 30 for 30% off. So you just click on get trade ideas. And again, I'm going to say this over and over again. You don't have to take out an annual subscription, okay, right away. You don't ever have to take out an annual, but you can always try the standard or premium, the monthly, okay, that's what it would cost. You'll get the 30% discount on the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if within 30 days you say, nope, I really want the annual, then we'll honor the 30%. So the reason I say it like this is that, people still may not be completely sure if they want a program. And if you're going to come, the program, if you're going to commit to an annual, you have to look at our refund policy. It's not great, so that's why we're saying you take another 30 days to try us out before you commit to an annual. But again, you don't have to commit ever to an annual, but that obviously that'll give you the biggest per month discount because you're paying that up front. You're getting a big discount. The discount on the monthly is only for the first month only, and afterwards you'll pay normal prices. So that's what I would do. Well, that discount code, I mean, the email that went out says Sunday night, okay, 11:59 p.m. I mean, Jamie, if you're sold on the program, take it now. If I mean, there's no, and I don't know what the promo code is going to be once the test drive is over. There will be another one, but whether it's 25 or 30, I don't know. But the email that went out, and that will go out, but I can tell you, I mean, it says 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday night. What's the market doing? Still down, so a bit of a choppy day. Still can't get over that VLCN. We don't know that, William. There's no guarantee that's going to happen. Somebody in our YouTube room is saying VLCN will run after hours due to the news. Well, we don't know that for sure. That's certainly no guarantee. All right. Let's see. Anything? Yeah, this IONM just miserable. Also, just not really doing anything. This is the first day in a long time with the racers that not really seeing great continuation, and it's the day of the things in the race. There's Revlon making a little bit of a move, eyes, REV. What's the high yesterday was 875, and after that was 978. Well, you can see that maybe if it takes out 875 at some point, maybe can have a little bit of a run. Weber, is it moving again? I haven't seen Weber for yesterday. Move, little crawl off there. So Todd, I notice you said you're going to hold Weber till tomorrow. Of course, you meant Monday. So now where's your stop? A little tricky sometimes, with swing trades and stops, but where just I'd be interested to know where your stop is. Well, it's a pretty tight stop for a swing, but okay, I wish you well. Well, yeah, I mean the seat belt's on. Yeah, I mean there it is. 1165 was yesterday, right at that 200 a little bit above the 200-day moving. Oh, sorry, that's the issue, right? 1007 is the 200-day moving average. So, you better be prepared for a big stall there in that area. Okay, 1007 is the 200-day. There it is, 1007. So it's at 10. Look at all this too. The 15-minute chart, that's pre-market and a little bit of market. So again, could stall there. So, I'm not trying to be a dump on the trade at all. Okay. I'm just pointing out these areas there where it could stall. But if you're in at 916, I mean, you're gold. Yeah. So the little memers are starting to move a little bit again. Let's see how Fubo is doing, FUBO. See if it's catching a bid also. Oh, all right, guys, give me a moment. Ooh, nice. Okay, Pets. I know Pets has been active, but look at it. I mean, it's just basing here. This is a classic, though. I mean, I mean, it's at the top of the leaderboard, but look at the percent, 0.95%. So again, nothing is really moving. But I mean, if you stick an alert around 357, maybe if it takes that out, it might have a move in it. Just don't feel it today for that sort of those sort of breakouts right now, though. Might be just because it's Friday afternoon. Yeah, I mean, just look at these percentages. No point in even clicking, when you see very low percentages. I mean, big deal. CVM's, at the top of the leaderboard, it's moved 1%. No big deal. Then don't buy it. If you're afraid to buy it, it should be one of your boxes you've got to check. One of the boxes. Are you afraid to buy it? If you check yes, don't buy it. Ah, I see. Yeah. So this is one of those SPACs. Yeah, it's a SPAC. So who are they trying to? There's going to be somewhere. I don't know who they're trying to buy. I love it. Well, we know this. And now he used to be, I don't know if this is a new one of his, designating in this way. He used to be the IPO and then A, B, C, D, and E. So Benzinga. SPAC track record means double digit losses for you. Nice. Ackley. So that's who they're supposed to be buying. It'll turn into Ackley, AKLI. Thank you, Casa. Of course, it got halted. Well, it's not going to DSOP. It's not going to show up on my scans, okay? Because I have a price limit of I think $40 in here, or $30 or 35. It would show up on other scans, 100%. Okay, but it's not showing up in my scans. I'm with you, blue collar. I keep waiting maybe to see if we get a 48 break on that thing. Take a few shares and maybe ride it to the sunset, out into the sunset, maybe. And that's the GCT, highly risky. Yeah, the halt is in, and where could it open? Well, no big clue right now. 1444, 1448 on the halt, 1458, 1458, so a little bit above, if this holds, of course. $97. Why would you keep 3%? Boy, that MNMD is really giving it up now after all that great news yesterday. Okay, really giving it up. There's the bottom right there yesterday, 90 cents. You know, it's a pretty big volume now too. Well, again, you've got that 200-day. What did it get up to? It got up to 1027, 1023. So it broke a little bit above the above the 200-day moving average, a little bit, as Real would call it, the area. Okay, flirting with it again, 1007, 1011 bid ask for Weber, WEBR. Oh, that's why I've got my sound alerts off. You know, we see this every now and then with these SPACs, you know, as it gets closer and closer. I don't know when it's supposed to happen. Maybe Casa knows when it's supposed to, just looking, I don't see when this deal is supposed to be finalized, if there's a specific date, or this is just now shareholders are agreeing to the AKLI, to buy whatever this AKLI is. I just don't see any news on it. Boy, it looks like there's this little pent up energy in this GCT. I've got some alerts set up here. Oh, I guess I should get rid of my announcement. All right, guys. Oh, that Weber, just a minute. I'm just gonna bring up Weber to see if it's, yeah, I mean, it's still hanging around that 200-day moving average. It's got to really break through it. I mean, it broke through it briefly, but pulled right back down into it. So it's just got to really, really, really break through it. All right, guys. Well, boring for me, as Zach said. A few Z's. Yeah, I mean, there have been some okay one earlier on, but I'm just not seeing a lot of follow through on the things that I'm looking at. I can't tell you that, Avatar. I mean, I use a 15-minute. I have a 5-minute. I can't tell you what most traders use. I mean, there are some traders that will swear by a 1 minute, a 2 minute. Okay, but I have a 15-minute here. If I could only use one intraday time frame, if somebody said, there's a new rule now, you can only have one intraday time frame, the 15-minute would be the one I would have. But then I'm also looking, at a daily chart to check out to see, where a stock could keep going. And I've decided, I could have the weekly and the monthly, but I've decided, I don't actually mind doing it this way. But everybody's different, Avatar. There's no, I couldn't tell you what most use. I bet you if I did a poll in here, you'd probably find a lot use 2 minutes. I used to be a 2 minute exclusive way back. Now I wouldn't look at a 2 minute. I would look at for me, I won't look at anything less than a 5. I'm displaying a fit. Uh-huh. Just give me a moment. Um, yeah, I mean, it's really personal preference. There's no right or wrong. We have people asking us for 30-second charts. I mean, I think it's crazy, but hey. Well, all eyes are on one stock for me right now, guys. So I just have to a lot of concentration for me right now. Barry is watching GCT. Barry is very interested in GCT. Ooh, I'm digged out. Oh, yes. Okay, guys. That deserves 3 extra toppings on the pizza tonight. Oh my goodness. Just like just like blue. Good. Who are you again? I'm sorry. I'm. This has been a long week. You know, test drive first week is usually pretty long for me. But anyway, blue collar. Just like he was saying. You know, the 48 level, pretty key. What I was looking at is the higher lows being put in. I'm only interested in it. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, it's won 19 races today, so I was never ever going to not follow it. Okay. So anything that's won 19 races, you know, multiple races, I'm going to follow all day long. The trick on this one, of course, it's highly risky, highly speculative. It's only been out for 2 days, is trying to find, you know, kind of an entry and some kind of a stop so you don't get wiped out. I mean, it's not for new traders, but mid 47s, Lowen. It's not on my chart. I mean, all I'm doing now is just putting, and I'm just putting price alerts. That's all I'm doing, is if I can induce it higher. But I've taken some out. The minute it got over 50, I actually got out some around 50-50. The minute it took out 50, that's where I was really looking to take some out. But yeah, I mean, this is won 19 races, so have to follow it. Okay, gone, out. Wow. I mean, you got to be, that's another one. You just can't, it just got halted on the way down. Whoa, I got lucky on the exit. So, I mean, you cannot walk away from your computer and something like this. And listen, I hesitate talking about these type of trades because I know a lot of new traders and all. This is not for new traders, but what am I supposed to do? I mean, I got to make a living too. So, ooh, I think I can wipe my hand with this now. I hard to believe it'll take out 50 again, but and it's not halted. I thought it was going to get halted. Yeah, why I said it was going to be halted is that if you have interactive brokers, you'll notice sometimes right beside in your order entry, right to the left of where it says bid, sometimes a little light blue dot appears. And that's usually a sign that it's going to get halted. Okay. Ethan, what I'll do with the question in our YouTube room was, do I save the current day's winners list for the next day? I will look at every one of them, and then I'll see, okay, this could have continuation the next day. Okay, that's kind of my thought process. So I'll look at each one of them individually. I mean, there are only 10 to go through. So, you know, I'll check the charts. I'll check to see what I think if a stock could have some continuation. Just because I think a stock could have some continuation doesn't mean it will, of course, but I will certainly be aware of the top 10. How was I able to exit as quickly? Because I'm watching it. What you don't see, of course, is I've got on my mouse. I mean, I've got I've got the sell and I've got the, how much I'm kind of the low end. And so as it starts approaching, you know, I'll hit that sell button and that sell button will be below, you know, the current price because I just want to make sure that I'm not going to get, it's not going to just fly right through. I don't mean way below, but a lot of practice. Well, there's only 10, Ethan. I mean, I think down the road they're saying that they can be automatically added to some kind of a list, but it's only 10. And not every one of them would I want to be what I care about for the following day. So to me, if you did this even, you click on it and click on the heart if the heart is not already checked. or clicked on. So it goes into your my liked. Okay, so you can almost automate it, but not quite. No, 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 no. What you were seeing on the chart no, no, no. What you were seeing on the chart was just price alerts that I was putting SD, like a price alert. Okay, I can. No, no, no. I play a silly game. Okay, I play a silly game. I say, okay, if I put a price alert above the current price and I'm in it, maybe I can induce it upwards if I put a price alert above it. I mean, it's just silly. But a lot of times I will put price alerts at levels that I'm interested in taking out, of course. But so that's what you were watching. Not a financial advisor, retired Fido. Okay, so I'm not going to make a recommendation one way or the other regarding holding GCT over the weekend. I know what the majority of people will say. If real could scream at you, it'd say, don't do it. Okay. I mean, it's highly speculative. This thing could drop to $20. Okay. It could go to 100. So if the small amount you have left, if you can take a $20 or a $30 or $40 hit almost immediately because we don't know where it's going to open, then okay. But I'm certainly not like I would never. I'm not holding this, but that's just me. So that's not investment advice because the problem with my saying that, well, no, I wouldn't hold this, and then you wake up Monday morning and it's $100, and you get all ticked off with me. Okay. Just understanding it's highly, highly speculative. Very few shares outstanding. There's no reason for this move other than just pure, you know, rooms getting in, not our room, but I'm talking about probably like a bigger crew in Reddit or somebody is pumping the heck out of this. All we're trying to do is, take advantage of some of the moves. All right, I'm not going to touch this one probably, but the DNNA, I mean, it's just, going crazy. Okay, so that is the reason. So on Monday, this will start. So it did close. Okay. So it is worthwhile, Casa or Cam, you two guys usually, or women, I'm not sure. I don't pretend to know everybody's gender, but you know, I don't know when we would have known this, if we would have known this today, that this was going to happen. Okay. So again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is a blank, right now, this is what they call a blank check company, a SPAC, SPAC. You can look up the acronym. Basically, they raise a bunch of money. They raise a bunch of money and in order to take some company that's private right now public. It's kind of a faster, I don't want to say dubious way, but anyway, it's a faster way of going public. So they look for a company to go, and then, they and this is the company that they're doing it with, Achille, and it closed today. Because what you'll see, a lot of times you'll see that a company makes an announcement saying we're looking at a potential merger with this private company. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. That could be months ago, months and months ago. And then this is what happens. I mean, look at this. I mean, if you'd taken this one way back here, you'd be sitting on dead money for, months and months and months. All of a sudden, though, a couple of days ago, got a little bit frisky. But look, even then, it got down to what, $9. I do remember this happening. So that could have been, I mean, I don't know, that could have been, you know what, we're not sure about this merger now, complications, who knows? And then all of a sudden today, they say it's closed because there is voting on it. It has to be approved by shareholders, etc. And when the SPACs were going crazy, I don't know when it first started, 2018 maybe 19, probably 18. I think it was certainly before the pandemic. And because a lot of these SPACs were looking for electric vehicle plays or that sector, and they were looking to merge with some private company, and they were going crazy. So this will stop trading as DNAA today, at the end of the day, and it will turn into. So if you want to know what AKLI is going to do, just type it in. Okay, do a right click, create a price alert, put $1. Just put a little note from DNNA. Okay, and now when it starts trading on Monday, we'll see what the price is. See if it's still, a lot of excitement about it. My guess is no, but you never know. That's why we just put a price alert and see what happens. I'm just reading what CASA is posting. So new class of digital medicines for millions of people living with cognitive impairment. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it trades when it starts trading as AKLI on Monday. Now, is this Chamath's new? He's gone away from the IPO. Is this his new thing? Because I look at that DNA, that could be the first one. His next one could be DNA B. All right, so I'm getting word from our accounting people that this 30% discount, yeah, this runs out Sunday night. The next discount, once the test drive is over, is going to be 25%. Now, you may want to scream and yell and ask them but that's all I'm telling you, okay? That's the email you're going to get. So, I mean, if you think you want the program and you want to get the best discount that you can possibly get, because there won't be one more than 30, certainly at the end of next week, take advantage of the 30% and start off with a monthly. Again, if you go to my home page, there is the promo code, and that's why it's called Early Drive. Trying to maybe reward people who want to take a subscription before the test drive is over. Those people are probably thinking, you know what, I've seen enough, and yeah, I want to take a subscription, and this is the best discount you're going to get. And I'm told that the next one will be 25% once the test drive is over. So again, I don't want to sound too much like a used car salesman, but if you want the best discount, you have to act by Sunday. $11:59. Well, the email says, yeah, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday night. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday night. I'm hearing some other stock. Oh, this is on the way down. AXDX. Ooh, okay, almost an all-time low. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm kind of cruising into the close now, Friday afternoon. So, I don't think I'm going to be too active now. So, questions? Yeah, Oxy. I mean, I'm not in it, but good for you guys that are, with that news. I guess that news is correct. Yeah, that is definitely correct. Receives the approval to acquire up to 50%. Yeah, Sandy, excellent. Well, guys, I may be wrong about the GCT. I didn't think it would. Maybe it's going to challenge 50 again. I don't know what I'm going to do, but well, we have a news window, but I'm not saying it's the most up to date. Okay, so if you can see my screen, Win 234, you do see we have a news tab. Okay, let me just see, for instance, if I see Oxy, if that news was there. Yeah, so I mean, we did have that news about suggesting that was the first The second one that I just posted is the fact that it has been approved. So it's not meant to be, if you're looking for something like is the, split second news, no. I use Interactive Brokers. I mean, in theory, is it split second news? I guess not, but it's more split second than our news. Our news is meant to be. I mean, I don't really use our news. I'll be honest. I don't use our news because why would I? I've got my Interactive Brokers. The only time I will use our news is if somebody says, well, there's some news about some stock, and I check Interactive Brokers. I don't see it, then I will check. And the odd time we'll have it, and IB doesn't. But most of the time, I'm using my Interactive Brokers news source. So. All right, guys, let's see. Any questions? Sticks halted up. Let's take a look at sticks. Sticks is a cheap one, STIX, so it resumed. Okay, so it halted. Ooh, GCT. Teasing me again. What was the high? 58.37. Mm-hmm. You know, guys, I almost have to just delete this. I don't want to do something stupid with the GCT and ruin my weekend. Not that it will ruin it. I'll always have a stop if I can get the stop. But all right. So I see Weber did not really take out that 200-day. The power of the 200-day moving average, guys. I know it popped a little bit above it, but as Real calls it, it's the zone, the 200-day moving average zone. And so yes, it got up to 1025. It got up to 1033. It got up to 1023. There's the 200-day. Didn't really clear it in a big way. And now here's your drop for Weber, WEBR. Okay, Jamie, I'm glad. I'm glad. I hope you only took out a month. I mean, if you took out a year, that's fine, but again, my recommendation is just take out a month to make sure you want the program. And you can always take out an annual as long as you do it within the 30 days of taking out a subscription. And we'll honor that 30%. And Stix is halted again, but this time on the way down. STIX halted on the way down. Exactly, perfect circle. I don't want to drop from 3 toppings to 2 on my pizza by doing something stupid. I'm not retiring in the next year, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, Ron. Somebody mentioned earlier that it was Wednesday, also like the other one that I was watching for today. Though it still says, I think it says, yeah. Now this is going to be Tuesday instead of Wednesday. See, this is changed. So this is going to be Tuesday. When I last looked, this was Wednesday. Can't wait for. I mean, this one could be crazy. STBX. You know, that other one is not even listed anymore. Because I don't see it anymore. PXMD, I don't even see it anymore. Yeah, I don't even see it. It may have been yanked completely. The only two I see for next week. This one's been up and running for a while, okay? This BIAF, when I say up and running, it's been in the calendar for a while. I think I created the alert 2 or 3 weeks ago, so it keeps getting delayed also. But this is the one, the STBX is the one I'm really, really kind of interested in, only because it's from Malaysia. So, it can go a little more crazy, though. Let's take a look at where is this other one from? GigaCloud. Aha, you see, again, this is why, guys. I mean, this is a Hong Kong stock. Okay, that's why it can go absolutely crazy. If that's why I'm wondering if maybe the one from Malaysia will go crazy also. But we won't know until it is open. Sorry, I'm seeing the. I can't help to Dandy. It's like a moth to a flame watching this GCT. Boy, that's a big key rash now for the Weber, WEBR. There were no shorts available for me. Okay, guys, well, it's free. It's just a website. I can give you the link for it, William. There are many other websites out there that follow IPOs. I should say many, but I mean there are others. This is the one that I've been using for quite a while now. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you got it? Oh, okay. It's free though, yeah. Anybody wants that IPO calendar? This is the link. There's teasing me, teasing me. Al, why is this one off DNAA, market maker, always sunny, Frank? Why are you saying that? But why would it be mentioned, with DNAA? Why? What's that got to do with it? I guess that's my question. Where is this out of? Dublin. I wouldn't say that, Bart. I mean, you understand you're in a test drive now, okay? So next week it's over. Probably back to a little more trading and all. But the people in the room here, there is not another one, okay? To answer your question, but the people in the room here, that's all they do is they talk about trading all day long, and ideas. I wouldn't call this more about using the tools. I mean, obviously it's a free room, so I am promoting the product, but if I get a question, sure. All I'm really trying to do is emphasize the racing concept. And if you're new to trading, even if you're not new to trading, really give it a hard look. I mean, that's all I'm really doing now. I wouldn't call us pro traders either. I mean, there's nobody with a license or anything like that. And the other ones, if you're looking for an active trading room, this is it. Okay, because the other guys are more, I'm the active trader of the bunch. The other ones are, they try to be more in tune with swing trading. Not that it's been super simple to swing trade, but you can always hit, I mean, again, they're more into swing trading though. If you're looking for an active trading room, this is it. When we talk more about, the ones that are moving. Moment here. Give me a moment. Ah, okay, that's it. I'm done. In terms of, well, I was having also, I was really having to watch that time in sales and GCT. The only other way I'll even look at it is if it takes out some kind of a crazy high of 58. Oh man. I did. I know I did. I did. I did. I couldn't help myself. And that is a time where I really had to, doing it manually, getting out where I wanted to was a real challenge. Now, what's the high here? 58.37. Why not? I know it sounds crazy, guys, but mentality of traders can be if it takes out that high later on. Well, that was what I had to contend with, the spread. Now, why am I out of it? I could have had quadruple grade A steak on my pizza. Wow. And the volume, guys, I mean, the volume just hasn't really let up. Well, there it is. Oh man, if you looked at my last sell, oh brother. Okay, sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do, which is probably shut off my computer, but I can't do that. Stay in the fight. You know, guys, the stock market, it's the greatest reality TV show going. It's not a TV show, of course, but it's the greatest reality. Every single day is different. I mean, it puts reality TV to shame. I mean, this is just amazing what happens every single day. Though the vast majority of people who have real jobs and they go to work and they have no idea any of this stuff is happening. I have friends, you know, and I try to tell, they don't believe me. They don't believe me that a stock can go to four to $2,500 in a week. They don't believe it until I show them a chart, and even then they don't believe it. They don't know what they're looking at. So, just a minute, I'll be right back. Funny, Sandy. TC. Well, my initial buy is not quite as, I don't want to say bad, but not quite as less money than you. But I mean, my initial buy is with GCT. Yeah, I didn't buy in the pre-market. And I look back and I go, my goodness, if I'd held on that original, but you never know. I mean, you just absolutely don't know with something like this. So, all right, guys, it's 2:30. I may put myself on mute, okay? I may put myself on mute. I'm still here. You have questions, go ahead. And I'll just kind of figure out what I want to do. Oh yeah, counter trending. It's not easy. I mean, you can try to, as PJ is saying, I mean, you keep thinking, okay, is this the top? Is this the top? Is this the top? Is this the top? You know, now you had little opportunities where it paused for Oxy, but my goodness, I mean, it's not the easiest thing. And that's why I really don't talk too much about it anymore because, you know, for new traders, even myself, I mean, I'm not good at trying to say, okay, I guess this is the top and, you know, take a little bit here and it's going to fall. Now, I'm more interested in all this anyway. So I mean, that's probably more to it. It is very hard. Yeah, so the expected, but guarantee will that it's not going to happen, but the expected open, I mean, this is what they say, $4 to $5, okay? The question was, where is STBX, which is now supposed to open on Tuesday? In fact, when I do that, I'll just put that, edit the alert, and I'll put, today's the 19th, 2021, 22. So I'll just put August 23rd, okay? So that is the expected. Now, if it's going to do anything great, it's going to be way above that when it opens. So you're just talking about if I wanted to say take, now, I kind of blew this again. I went back to a development version, okay? But is this what you mean? For instance, if I said MSPR, okay? So I want to take this trade if it gets up to, 219 as an example. Now, what's supposed to happen is if I click on the buy button and I arrange my crosshairs right there. So there is an example of setting an order up at a conditional buy order above the current price. Okay, it'll take the trade at 218. It put a stop in because what it's doing is it's putting the stop at the low of the day. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but we try to make it super simple by assigning a strategy to the buy button, basically buying 5,000 shares, $5,000 worth at the price that you indicate, and then putting a stop at the low of the day. So is that what you meant, Jay? Okay, so you have to have a strategy first. Okay, and it has to be back tested. So is this what you're talking about? Okay, well, these are just defaults, okay? Spending 5,000 at the market, stop at the low. $100 risk at the market, stop at the low. You don't have to build those, but again, you really, let me just see what the order details here. Yeah, no limit offset. What you can do if you took an alert window, okay, and then you wanted to import it into this. Is that what you're talking about? No. You're just talking about this 5,000 at the market as an example? Oh, okay. Well, of course you can, let's see, what does it say here? I mean, you can change this, but I mean, this is how you would, you could change this and change it to 4,000 or whatever. You just have to go into the order details as an example. Not sure what you mean in the order details. So here are the order details. Oh, I see, market. I see. Okay, well, I guess you can try that stop limit. I've never tried it. They're going, you can change it to stop limit, and then I think what you'd have to do is have a limit offset of some sort. What they've done is they've tried to make it super simple and just go in at the market. Well, the stop formula, again, what they're using is, so on the risk management, stop loss formula. So what they're using is the low of the day. This is advanced, okay, Jay? I mean, you've got a ton of things, and some of them don't necessarily. This is very, very advanced. I don't use it at all. Okay. If you want, you can go to the guide. I don't know how much detail it gets into it, but let me just take a look, and I'll answer your question, Constantine, in a second. Okay, from our YouTube room. Just a minute. Okay, so if you go to the homepage again, click on my link and then go to the education section and then click on the guide. Now, a lot of this can be explained right here, okay? One-click trading, okay? And chart trading and all this, okay? I would look at that. And a lot of this should be really explained in there, you know, how to, so, I mean, we have some defaults for you. Yeah, oops, I almost closed everything down. So we do have, as you've noticed, we do have some defaults set up, but you can obviously you can modify them if you want. This is just so that people get used to, you know, taking a trade without having to know how to do anything. You know, hit that. Well, when I say that, hit the buy, click on the buy button, and it's automatically just going to place an order for you in the simulator. I mean, you only use this in the simulator. I'm not saying you can't do it with a live account, but you better, you know, this is just to give you the idea of taking trades. Okay, so Constantine, how do I set up an alarm window showing halted stocks? Okay, so we do have, so are you familiar with the halts resumes? Now, if you want to hang around till 3:30, Chris may have a far better, he uses this a lot more than I do. He may be able to give you a more insight, okay, Jay? You know, and he'll be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 if you do want to hang around. But you know, I honestly don't really use this that much. I mean, I don't auto trade at all. So, Constantine, are you talking about the halts resume scan alert window that we have? I'm not sure what you mean by set the table to show multiple stocks, not only one. So in this halt resumes, we've got, you know, all the stocks that have been halted and resuming all day long. Oh, okay, I can give it to you. If you go to my homepage, okay, if you go to my homepage, click on the link, okay, and then go to the scan section on my homepage, click here, and then one of the scans I'm sharing is the halts resumes, okay? And I think that'll give you what you're looking for. Good. So Jay, was your question really about just taking one of these strategies and modifying it? Or creating a brand new one is, I mean, the new trading strategy, I mean, you can do that. Then you can set it up your own right from scratch. Okay, so all you have to do is just right click in the box and then new trading strategy, and then you can set it up exactly the way you want it, or you could modify one of the default ones that we've got. Okay. Yay, I resisted taking the GCT at that 58 level or 57. New trading strategy. Okay, so you should have this. Order details. I mean, you have configuration. All right, well, we'll pick stop limit then and and see what happens. And then your limit offset. Yeah, the formula though is, again, a lot of these will not work. I mean, I don't know why we have them all here. I mean, for instance, what I'd like to see is, and ultimately I think this will happen, but we've been talking about this for a long time. A stop at, say, the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the previous 15-minute candle. Our stops are pretty loosey goosey. I mean, they've done a stop in that buy button, the low of the day. Now you can always, though, if you get into the trade, let's just show you what I'm talking about. Let's say let's just take this trade right now. Take the trade. Well, what I was okay. So now you can take that stop and you can move it. Okay, you can move it up on your chart to where you might want it. Okay, so you can move the stop once you're in the trade. You can move the stop to what I would consider a better area than the low of the day. Okay, so it took the trade. So right there is it's saying the stop is at the low of the day, but I can take the red line and now I can move it up wherever I want. Okay, to a new stop. But that is sort of the stop loss. I mean, the stop formula. And I'm no expert. I'm no expert on this, okay? But the stop formula, yeah, you know what? If you can hang around and ask Chris, he's got way more experience on this than I do. I don't use this at all. I apologize. Okay, I don't really use it at all. Because I'm more, when I trade, I'm more manual, okay? I think this was a nice thing they did to assign a strategy to the buy button. So, because before what you'd had to do was you had to take any one of these or add one of your own and then assign the buy button to a strategy. But what they did in the new build is they automatically assigned this $5,000 at market, stop at low. So when you click the buy button, that's what's going to happen. They'll buy $5,000 worth at whatever price again, what I thought you were talking about was, say, putting a conditional buy order in at a certain price, and when the stock hits that price, it'll take the order. So again, if I take this KYMR and I say, well, wouldn't mind taking it, but I want it to pull back down to this level. So you click the buy button, get the crosshairs going, and then drop it wherever you want. Left click, and now that blue line will, so that it'll take the trade at 31.22 in the simulator with a stop down here. And I can always move the stop right now. Just trying to make it super simple and not complicate matters. Just to get people used to using our simulator and practicing trading before you actually commit money to the market. All right, so I think I've just demonstrated what you do. You just, now you can, again, if you want to get a little more into the weeds, as I say, and you want to adjust, the buy button strategy, edit it and, do something differently, you can do it. But, otherwise just leave it like it is. And I think then what I've explained what you're looking for, in order to put an order in at a certain price, either on top, above the current price or below the current price. Ugh, GCT, do I do it? Wow. Hey, Sandy, do your fibs work for crazy ones like this? GCT? Or do you need more data? I mean, I may do something really stupid if that Malaysian one opens on Tuesday, and I never ever just buy an IPO right at the beginning. But if it opens higher, I may actually just take some and just see what happens. Higher. When I say higher, I mean higher than the projected IPO price, which is crazy. I mean, I don't think there's any way in the world this is going to open, at $5 or between $4 and $5. I may be completely wrong, but I just don't think that's going to happen. I think when this opens, if it opens on Tuesday, it'll open above $5. But that's what makes it interesting, guys. We just don't know. That's what it is. The projected price is 4 to 5, but I mean that's just a projected price. The projected price for GCT was 12.50 yesterday, and it actually didn't do that well. I mean, it actually dropped below, I think. Yeah, I mean, it actually dropped below at one point, and it closed. But it didn't do that well. I mean, it closed at what, 15.69. So not like a huge premium to the projected 12.50. But look what happened today. So guys, I'm going to put this link in one more time. I don't want anybody to be disappointed because I am told that this 30% is going to run out Sunday night. Okay, so if you want the best discount that we've ever had, come on down. But seriously, if you want the best discount that we've ever had, because I've never seen a 30% discount, it's supposed to run out Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Again, if you click on my homepage link, that's what you'll see. There's the promo code, early drive 30, and that's why it's called early. Normally we don't have any sort of a promo until the test drive is over. So, but for you early adopters, if you want to take advantage of 30% off, go for it. Take out a monthly. I don't see any downside. Take out a, I mean, if you're just waiting till the end of the test drive, but if you really think you want this program, I mean, take out a monthly, 118, 228, less the 30%. And you can always, if you do decide you want an annual, and if you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, we'll honor the 30%. So that's why there's no big rush to take out an annual. Try us out again for another month with 30% off. Okay. Well, William, you can see it's support. You can plead your case. They're not involved in accounting at all. Okay. So you can plead your case. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do is I'm just going to put the announcement here. I'll put myself on mute. I will hop back on the mic if there are some questions. Why am I, oh, this? Oh, I'm not doing it on purpose. I think you're kidding, right? It's just the way it is. Okay, so no, I'm not doing it on purpose, of course. It's just the big daily candle. That's all. That's typically what you'd see. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute, but again, I will hop back on the mic if you have a question. hop back on the mic. Ooh, I got to chime in here. Wow, that is ugly. That is ugly on the GCT. Thank you, thank you, thank you for not taking it. Oh man, yeah, what a rug pull on that. Now big halt down. Hmm. You gotta like this action, guys. I mean, 46, $10 pop, halted. Can't wait for that one from Malaysia. Well, let's see if it does take out that high of the day and just continues. Coming out of the halt, let's see, we've got 57, 57. That's possibility. So it's halted at 55.86. Oh, I think it'll go, yeah, oh, definitely below 30, probably back down to 10. I mean, there's no reason for this. This is just traders getting involved but look at this, 57, 57, so 55.86. So, but now it's dropping a bit. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in. Chris should be there in our YouTube room within 10 minutes. And he'll run the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I gotta hang around for this open, at least for the GCT. So halted at 3:18.44. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 3:23 plus 44 seconds. Ribbit RBT. Oh, look at this one, RBT. All of a sudden, this is I don't really recall this one at all as an IPO. RBT. Yeah, it looks like it. Rubicon Technologies begins trading on the New York Stock Exchange. Now, was it an uplifting or an uplifting? Did it come from the pinks? This was the completion of a merger. Okay, so that was a SPAC. Okay, and so that was a SPAC that became RBCN. This is where our news is good because it goes back a lot further easily than Interactive Brokers headline, which is mainly just today. So that's where I do like our news. We can kind of go back a lot easier and I can see this stuff. All right, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, they should be opening in about 15 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt for GCT. See how it's come down though, 55.89, but let's see what happens when it opens. Should open right now. There we go. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue box you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is just for entertainment value right now. No, I mean, if you have a proper stop in place, yeah, you can't have something that you're probably, I don't know what you're in at, but that probably moved $8 or $9. All right, guys, I'm just going to keep this up just for the excitement, value, and just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. There he is, my friend, the one, the only.
Yes. I'm
Yes.
dragging into here on Friday afternoon.
Oh, I'm sure they're going to have lots of great questions. How those promos going?
I sure hope so. I hope they have lots of questions for me, because if not, I might fall asleep at this desk.
Well, my friend, it is time for you to fall asleep. So
I can only imagine.
I'm just going to shut down just 1 second. I just want to mute the other room. Okay, are you ready to take over? I know you're a little bit early.
I've made the swap and you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Well, have a great weekend, Chris.
You too, Barry. Get some rest.
I will.
We'll see you then. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody. Let's see. We got Friday afternoon. Definitely a lackluster day here as far as the market goes. And I don't know, there wasn't too much going on today for me anyways. I had one trade in APDN in my small IB account, and that was really kind of it. I know there was some stock that went nuts today. I forgot what it was already. GCT, that's what it was. So, but yeah, this, jumped out of where I like to be, and the spreads, started opening up real wide, and I just was not, I was not feeling something like that today. So, of course, obviously wish I could get even a small piece of that in there, but just was not going to happen for me today, trying to chase that with the amount of halts that it had and all that. So, but like really everything else from around the scans today was tough. DNAA, I got stuck in some support stuff, and I never looked at the screen, but this was actually, it was on the band scan, and I probably had a pretty good shot at getting it had I been paying attention. So that was the one bummer for me, I guess. But it is what it is. We'll close the week as a winner overall, so you can't complain about that. And we get to do it all over again next week. But with I think half an hour left here, I don't anticipate I'll be taking anything. So anyways, that's the short and skinny of that. Let's see whatever else was happening today. So QH has won a bunch of races now. But same thing. Look, 300,000 shares it's trading 30 times what it's normally doing. That means this thing trades 10,000 shares a day. Not exactly liquid. So, I just don't have interest in something like that. VLCN, I simulated something here for practice, trying to work something out that's happening in my simulator, but this just never materialized here, and you can see this going back to this level here, that that's a big deal, that level. So that was a no-go. Party City, I thought for a second, are we going to get another version of Bed Bath & Beyond or something, as it made this big move? I set a price alert, and then we never heard from it again. HSTO, a lot of the same here. That big pop, and then it just faded. That just seemed to be this seemed to be a kind of a theme for the week, especially on these low float ones. You had a big pop on a lot of low float stocks, and then all of a sudden the volume came in and it was gone, and so was the price. So gotta be careful with that stuff. And especially, I think a lot of people got trained or conditioned the last few weeks that if it was a low float and it started to go, a lot of them just went, right? We saw that for a couple of weeks nonstop. And this week was the opposite. As soon as low float started going, got the rug pulled on you right away. So got to recognize those things. Okay, Cody, if you can send those over to the support for me, and I'll go over them through that email. That would help. Some screenshots and support files is what I'll need. All right, what else? MSPR. That was all right. I don't know. I missed this one. I guess I had my head down a little more than I realized between meetings and calls and chats. And so that's actually a decent move there. Spread is okay. 3-cent spread right now on it. So to do a support file, you're going to go to, help and send files to support. And then it'll give you some confirmation afterwards that the files were sent. And then just email to support@trade-ideas.com with those screenshots, and just, let me know that all went, and that's, you sent all that, and we'll be good to go. Here's one that popped up for me for a second. I noticed was PET, but there's not a whole lot to that there. 300,000 shares. I saw this big volume spike and thought, is something going to get going? It's 30 mil in the float, so it's not like it's a tiny float. Still low float, but not a tiny float. So I thought perhaps, but 'twas not the case. Actually, I'm wondering. I had a conversation with a gentleman earlier today that was asking about setting up some automation stuff, and some of the specific stuff, if you were here, that you were looking for, we couldn't do, but we can do some stuff in automation. So just curious, if you're here, let me know in that chat, and I will go over a little bit about that for you. If not, I'll let it lay by the wayside. I won't bore anybody with that talk. BRSH making some noise here. Is it really making noise though? Yeah, I guess. When you look back at volume, there's not a lot of historical stuff, so that on a 1 minute is actually pretty significant, and it's traded 3.3 million shares today. It's interesting. I mean, you got room up to about there if it can really get going. Let's set a price limit. See if we take a trade.
BRSH.
Whoa, jumping on it. What do I think about GCT? A day trader stock. I wouldn't put much stock in. I don't know anything about the company, obviously.
BRSH.
You know, it's one of those. Sorry, this is. GCT. You know, this is one of those flavor of the days for some reason. There's no float data on it or anything. So just for some reason, traders got a hold of it and pushed it up. I mean, I wouldn't go chasing it at this point. It's got a massive, you know, actually spread isn't that bad. Spread is sometimes it's up to, well, now it's at 30 cents, but it was just at 10 cents a few seconds ago, which isn't bad at all for a $50 stock. There's not much I can comment on it. For whatever reason, traders got a hold of it. You know, a lot of interest in the stock today, obviously in that volume. And, you know, it's one of those things. We could wake up on Monday and it could be at 200. We could wake up on Monday and it could be back down here at $10. So not a lot to say there, you know. It has no historical data to go by. So there's no support or resistance. There's no SMAs or EMAs to look at. There's really no data on this. There's nothing. There's yesterday and today. That's all there is to go by it. So, yeah.
BRSH.
And BRSH is making some noise. Volume's dropped off a little bit already though, so I don't foresee a whole lot going on there. Well, maybe. It's trying. See if it get above that 228, 230 level. I think that's the level that it needs to have any shot at a run. I could see it getting hung up here around this 235 level still, though, like it did yesterday. So after, you know, I had the gap up yesterday and pulled back, I couldn't get above this level again. So I would suspect that might be a tough level. But there it is at 230. So just got a 230 print. And volume starting to come back in even more again. And there it goes right back down underneath again. So, yeah, I will not be participating in that. Yeah, it's still trying. That volume's increased a little bit again. So let's see. Rev, same thing. I think you just got a lot of these late day kind of jumbling themselves around. I can see Barry's looking at Rev right now. Let's see, he's got a chart up of it. So any questions, fire those away for me here, folks. I think everybody might be a little tired from this week. It's been a week, you know. Bring up the SPY here, and you get this really great move for a couple of weeks, right? You just run out of steam up here now. So we'll see. Like I said, I think that's your level. I think we can bounce there. I think the bulls really need to hold this. Otherwise, then we've got a date with 400 again.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
So that's that. And BRSH still not cracking it. What I say is that 430, that 233, 234 level, that was going to be the level that it would need to get over. 20 minutes left in the day. I'm not looking to be a hero here. But back to some market thoughts here. So yeah, SPY. Move this around. Come here, little bar. There we go. So yeah, I think this is kind of that area that we want to be looking at. 415-ish, give or take. Someone could say 417, 418. You could say 412. I think all of those are viable, kind of somewhere in the middle to hedge it out. Really want to think of it as that spongy zone, right? Let's see if we can't get it to shock absorb right into it. Here's another one, FAZE. It's had a price alert for this. I mean, it's had itself a really good week, but it has not been an easy week or an easy trader during this week. Look at this here. So we got Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Here's Monday. And it sells off. You get a big bounce and it sells off. You get a big bounce. Kind of comes back to the mean. Going to move up and then sideways and then pops early this morning and then just kind of fighting its way back all day long. So it's really been all over the place, like really, really been all over the place. All right, so Cody, if you're here, I saw that email come in. So I'll check that out over the weekend and see what I can't discern from all that. And then let's go back to Peter's GCT. See how that's closing out.
Head.
So battle right now. Battle going on here. trying to get itself back up to that 60. Got it. It's kind of declining here. Like I said, it's hard to discern anything when there's only 2 days worth of data. I mean, saying, 95%, saying it's doing less than its normal 1 minute volume, right? So, I mean, just makes it really hard to really say anything about this here. Let's see. That pet stock is jumping up again here. Again, 360,000 shares traded on it. Very, very much not liquid. And again, if anybody has any questions, don't hesitate to jump out and ask those. Bring over sector analysis. Let's take a rundown on some sectors here. So natural gas holding up really well still. Pharmaceuticals and back in a downtrend here. Descending triangle actually. It doesn't look bad actually, that descending triangle through here. Gonna have to resolve itself. Which way though? Well, the rest of the market just all down today. Oil, this is kind of irrelevant. Healthcare still holding up all right today. VXX is kind of just a nonsense trading vehicle. More healthcare here though, in the IYH. And so it looks very similar. XLE actually held well today. Actually held better than the XOP, I believe. Where's the XOP? The XOP has not had itself a great day.
ERSH.
Oh, sorry, just saw that those came in. GME waking up. Is it now? Let's take a look. Oof. Yeah, so a bit of a pullback here on GME. So that's a nice move that I had through here. Giving some back now. Well, that's interesting. That held that level. If it can really hold this level, I don't know, it could get going again. Just crazy how much the stock can move, given that it's got 250,000 in the float. I mean, or 250 million in the float. I get it, that it's piled on by whoever at this point. I don't know if it's really Wall Street bets anymore. I don't think it is, or maybe it is. I don't know. But its resiliency over the last almost 2 years at this point, just kind of crazy. And then, sorry, Stephanie, Chris, could you share the codes for 1 minute volume percent and 5 minute volume percent? I have the short code I can give you. Let me find that for you. Where are you? Here's the 1 minute. There you go with the 1 minute. And the 5 minute. And there's the 5 minute. There you go. So BRSH got over that level. 10 minutes to go. Or 11 minutes, I should say. Sorry. No, it's about 10 minutes. I'm about to change to 350 now. But like I said, there's no trade. Not for me anyway. Someone might find it a trade they want to take, but certainly not me. You are welcome, Stephanie. Let's see. Let's continue to run down some of these here. So the K-Web. I got really excited about the K-Web back here. I was still excited here. My excitement ended here. So just like that, I changed my mind. And I was really down on the K-Web until I actually got above that level. So it looks like it's going back to the dungeon as far as I'm concerned. Back down here. I guess China just isn't having a turnaround right now. That's all there is to it. FXI is your large cap Chinese. Same thing. Just not ready for a real trend reversal. Gold, no. I just, like I always say, I don't get it. Telecoms, looks like more downtrend coming up. Real estate. Looks like it wants to roll over pretty good right now. Sure, medical devices. Then it's not looking real healthy here. Super dividend fund. I don't know. It's another REIT, or it's a REIT essentially. Not looking real good, getting rejected off this level up here. Bios, remember those were like the one bright spot through June and into July, right? And we went sideways for a while and we were to pop out of that. It looked like they want to come back down and test this level. It got here and then it held. It might be bullish. So that we're inside 8 minutes on the market. We talked about medical devices. Dow doesn't look terrible to me, to be honest. This diamonds chart, that does not look terrible to me. Really kind of came shooting like a rocket up out of there. It's kind of held well. Your traditional REITs, they look worse than the SRET. Agriculture will move. This doesn't really trade that much. I mean, 90,000 shares, doing a little less than half. So normally it's doing around probably 190,000. But all the same, not great. Rolling over itself a little bit. XLI, your industrials. They look very similar to the Dow chart. These even skyrocketed a little bit more than the Dow did. Back to our SPY. I think we pretty covered that, but you know, come shooting up out of this. Really think that this is going to be the level to come and test and then back off of that if we're going to stay bullish. If not, oddly enough, the RSP looks much more similar to the SPY than I would have thought it would. Now it's the same stocks, but this is evenly weighted. Emerging markets look really terrible. I mean, just really terrible. Let's skip around your banks, regionals. So KRE here on your regional banks. Nice move up and then a breakaway gap here. No, that's an interesting level in here. I did not draw how I wanted it to. Let's do it like this. Come towards the low of the day today. That's an interesting level there. You can see here, it came through, got stuck, popped up, tried to hold, couldn't, and fell short a couple of times back here. Come up through and now testing it again. So that's interesting for the banks, for regional banks anyways. It's your mid-cap, evenly weighted trust. Yeah, I mean, all these big index ones, they just all look very, very similar. You got that, you know, kind of line in the sand. If I could draw straight, that would be great. That kind of line in the sand. We come back, we test, we bounce. No, it's an all clear necessary, but certainly pretty bullish. Giving up this level, I think it's pretty quick. We could do that again. As we full well know, take a long winding staircase up, the stocks do, and they take an empty elevator shaft down. Communication looks terrible. I mean, really terrible. Bonds. That does not look very good either. More banks. Looks just like the regionals, essentially. Skip around a little bit here. Technology, again, very similar to what we see in the SPY or the Dow. I'm guessing the Qs. We haven't even gotten to the Qs yet. Where are you, Qs? How did we not come across you? Well, we're almost there. Qs had themselves a pretty terrible day. A minute and a half till the market closes. So again, your biotechs, similar to the IBB. Now I think the IBB looks a little nicer. The XIB looked better out the gate. It went sideways a little longer than the IBB. It's kind of curled over a little bit more too. Unless I'm crazy. That's what I thought I saw. IBB. Leave that drawing on there and see what it does. I guess, yeah, no, it is the same. Thought the IBB looked a little nicer. Nope, same nonsense. So there's the Qs. They almost look exactly like a SPY chart for intraday, right? I mean, the his 15-minute charts. Both gap down, a little pull up and a down, down, a little pull up and a down. Trying to go sideways and get a little pop, couldn't do it. Faded. The Qs came back slightly less at the end of the day than the SPY did, so I guess that was the one difference, if you will. Financial services. This thing doesn't trade at all. 20,000 shares. But all the same, it kind of looks like the SPY and the Qs and the diamonds. Here's your overall financial sector. Again, almost all this looks the same. Very few look any different. I don't know about this long term. I mean, not that move. It just feels really, really heavy up here. IWM, I think someone was talking all kinds of stuff about, yeah. So again, pretty similar to the rest. This feels like it's a little quicker to the downside, especially today. How it closed out here. Let's see, let's plug on. Market closed about a minute and a half ago. Let's bring these compare count windows over real quick. So you can see here, you know, especially on the small caps, big battle with the new lows outpacing the new highs. Large caps, slightly different story, but I mean, it's still a battle all the same. Didn't look good for either one of them. We continue to move down. Your gold miners. I don't know if there's a worse looking sector than the gold miners. And I mean, it's so strange because look how hot they started the year, right? Oops, I didn't mean to scroll back that far. But, you know, Steve had made a great call at the beginning of the year. He said, watch your miners, and specifically the gold miners and GDX. And he probably made that call like back here, and they pulled down a little bit. They went on a really, really nice run. A little pullback and another nice little run here. And then just since then, I mean, inflation has continued to climb. You know, we've got rising inflation, and yet nothing from gold. Kind of strange. It's going to be like your Charles Schwab's and IBs and whoever else is publicly traded in that realm. And again, it's just like a SPY chart, more or less. Silver looks as terrible as the gold miners. Steel looks like it's in trouble again. Semiconductors. So now these don't look much like the major averages do, the semiconductors. They got a little different look to them. A little bit of a symmetrical triangle there. Could not get above the high of a couple of weeks ago. your home builders. And again, pretty similar to the major averages. Your autonomous driving. Oddly enough, this looks just like the major averages. Kind of funny. I wonder how tied this is to Tesla, this stock. That would be a big question I have. I have to check the weighting of that one of these days. Back to the semis via the SMH. Same thing here. Not a great look right now in the semis. So I'll be honest, majority of these sectors don't look good still. And for those that were giving the all clear that bear market's over, I think that's premature. It very well may be over. And again, I hope it is overall. I mean, I much rather trade a bull market, much more fun. But I wouldn't just go running right out with the bulls. Not me personally, anyways. Uranium, very short-lived up move in this. Move up, a pull back, a move up, and just completely giving the whole thing up at this point. Your silver miners look as bad as the gold miners. Just really, really awful stuff here. So, looking at this here, looking how red things are overall. Now I want to do something here. Configure, sort, search, POSIT, position, and let's see, position in years range. I'll sort by that. I'm going to change the colors. Position. So when we look back at it over a whole year, that's where we are with what's highest on the ratings from over a year. So I just want to see who's the top. There's your XLU for the year, UNG, right? We're going back a year. These are our best performers over the last year. XOP nudging out the XLE. Interesting tan where it is actually. That is interesting to me. Nice little flag here happening on that. That's really interesting. All right, that's just a little exercise I wanted to do there. I'm going to mess with something else here. Check 9 months. Yeah, so more or less the same, actually. Just curious. It's like to look at where the strength is or isn't, you know. Whoops. Didn't mean to blow that up like that. There we go. Move that on over. So I think that kind of covers. Do we cover everything? Let me put it back to its normal sorting here. Whoops. There we go. And there we go. So let's see. We got to home builders. We can skip the junior miners. The software services. That looks pretty terrible. We can skip silver. We talked about tan. Tan actually is not looking terrible. Not great this last couple of days action with that topping shadow there. Retail, that was a short live right there. Metals and mining. And is it rolling over or is it flagging, right? Is this a flag or is it rolling over? Which one is it? Weed stocks, dead as far as I'm concerned. JETS, Jets looks terrible. Lithium looks really bad. Silver Junior, we don't need to look at. Cloud looks terrible. Uranium, we already talked about it. And clean energy. I don't think so. Not today. All right, so that's kind of a round out on the sectors there. So if you guys have any questions, please let me know. IMVT. Whoa. Oh, it's here on the scan too. Ain't that something? They're coming up out of nowhere. Bit of a spread on it though. No, it just closed down. It was at 17.28. So you can see 17.28 right there. It's closed down to 3 cents now. But not a ton of liquidity coming through it, 5 shares, 199, 100, 101. back out of the way. So I just had a passing thought, but while I've lost that thought. So BRSH is able to make that push into the 40s there. So, I mean, if someone was taking it on anticipation of that break back here, I mean, you could have got 10, 15 cents, on a $2 stock. That's not terrible percentage-wise. I mean, look, 15 cents is 7%, right? So, but just that's not my style like that. I'm not saying I've never taken a scalp like that, but it's never my intention. When you start to see these topping shadows like that, usually indicating some weakness, especially when you look back across the board and you see where it's finding that weakness or that resistance. Also, I see Hal and Stephanie there a little back and forth with you guys. Thanks. I'm glad, you're finding, I know Barry appreciates hearing that for sure. I mean, can never give him enough credit. I mean, I don't know how he does it every day. I do an hour and I'm tired. He's doing 6.5, 7 times that every day, let alone for the week. KCG, isn't this gold? Yeah, gold. Why are you on my scanner? See some heavy volume in it today. Look at that volume. 2 times normal volume. Interesting. Very interesting. Like ATMs. Yeah, more even last week and the week before, I think, than this week. This week, there's a lot of them that were they were getting rug pulled very early on those IPOs. So, every week brings us something different and new. Some weeks, obviously, bigger than others. GRFX, that's interesting. A number of them in Hong Kong listings as well. But again, well, all right, that's the time and sales on this. So there's just some okay sizes on those trades there coming through. Looking at the times and sizes. Actually picking up a little steam on the volume. Right there and there. That spread isn't great though. Thanks. I appreciate the positive comments from you both. It feels nice to hear that. Because on occasion we get some not so nice comments, that's for sure. So let's see what else was interesting this morning. I'm going to wrap up in a moment, but just let's look at a few things that were coming through that just couldn't do it. So here, and I set a price alert, never got it. MLCO, we did this one yesterday. Couldn't get through yesterday, couldn't get through again today, even worse today. But you never know when something's going to have its day. There's a GNS. Nope. That's what I'm talking about. Like we saw some stocks that had some similar looks like this where they come off this cliff a couple of weeks ago and then skyrocketed, but we're not seeing that skyrocket like we were a few weeks ago. We're seeing, quick up and a down. Very quick up and a down. PNT, another one, looked like maybe might have some interest in it today. No, not so much. TGL, same thing. That's really it. I think that's everything. I set a price alert for Bed Bath and Beyond. You never know, but it just couldn't recover today. Anything. Here's another one. So here, AERC is coming through the scans. Obviously had some pretty solid up movement through here with some volume, but just no follow through. And it was trading half of what it normally trades. And so for me, that's a no dog. While plenty liquid to get in and out, didn't have real interest. So so GCT buying pullbacks. Oh yeah. There's definitely some trades to be had in there at GCT, but they were tough trades, that's for sure. That was not going to be an easy trader today, not at all. Perfect Circle, what's happening? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these stocks, they have these quick pops, and I think a lot of individuals realize that people are jumping on these things, and so the last couple of weeks, and so started trying to really push them. And that's why I was happy to sit back, especially yesterday and today, and let things come to me. And if they didn't, they didn't. And there's just a lot of head fakes, even after waiting, 25, 30, 35 minutes to see if, the head fakes would end, a lot of them were still head faking afterwards. At least for me anyways. So, all right, everybody, I think I'm going to begin to walk us out here. Yeah, Buffett, right? I mean, he's got a massive stake in that now. Let's bring that chart up before I walk us out real quick. Yeah, wow, what a day. I'm curious. So Sandridge kind of ended down. So these are stocks I was looking at yesterday for energy. No, not so much. Kind of just held themselves there today. You're welcome, Hal. I thoroughly enjoy doing this. I know I say that all the time, but I just want everybody to get out of trade ideas in the community what I got out of it. I really do. For those that actually put the work in, come up with a trading plan, learn to use the software. Big rewards for those people. So, everybody, I'm going to walk us out. Just always want to say what we do is hard. You got to give yourself a break. You got to get away from the screens for a little bit. You can't do this on lack of sleep. You can't do this if you're not taking care of your mind. I think, some physical activity is really important. Get out for some walks, or whatever you do, at the very minimum, getting a couple of miles in a week. I know it can be tricky, but I think it's important. Journal your trades, journal your life, whether it's, writing in a book or, voice recorder or typing it out or whatever. I think it's really, really important to do things like that to help us reflect. It carries much more weight subconsciously than I think most people realize. And then, take a few minutes for yourself out there, each week. You got to get away from your dad, your mom, your cousin, your brother, your sister, your husband, your wife, your dog, your cat, your brother, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your grandfather, your grandmother, your uncle's dogs, cousins, dog walker, whatever. You got to take some time for yourself, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, whatever it is that you need to recharge your own batteries. I think that stuff is just, trading psychology and mentality. Just, it's a huge part of all of it, like anything else, that you do. So again, I thank you all for popping in. It was a busy, crazy test drive week here for us. Number one, we'll see what number two brings. Hopefully just as much busy and crazy in a good way. A lot of new people asking a lot of good questions, which is always a great sign for the next upcoming generation of traders. So I thank you all again very much. And let's see, Monday, you'll get a double dose of me on Monday. You get me at noon, and then you get me at 3:30. And we cycle right back into the rest of the week with Michael on Tuesday, Jamie Wednesday, Steve Thursday, and Andy back here again Friday, just like he was today. So, all right, thanks again, everybody. You have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your wonderful, wonderful start to your weekend, wherever you are. And we'll see you Monday. Take care.